Hello.
It's not bad. But we, yeah, we want more than 50, like back in the day, we used to 70. Especially it's not bad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we want let me know.
Yeah, I want to go to other rooms to find out. Yeah, you can, I want to go to a conference room just to see how someone from outside.
Yeah, let me know. I'll send them here.
So, yeah, things have just gotten a little bit more tough.
I'll be back. Let me go to the conference room.
Justin.
Yeah, but obviously the downside.
Carlos, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're trying to
Testing, testing. Can you ready to start in 45 minutes? Just testing the microphone. Mic check, check. Carlos, hope you can hear me in the other room. Testing the microphone. Thank you for joining, everybody. Testing the microphone. Charles, please confirm you can hear me okay.
Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. I'm Ruben, by the way. Nathan. Cool. Nice to meet you, man. So we, yeah, we work with decentralized identity.
Yeah, but it's not the business you are used to.
Right now we're working with this, for compliance purposes, they have to report gas information. And so we create a process, but it's usually very manual entry type of process, super secure. We now make it easier for the gas and easier for pretty much automate everything the staff used to.
Just because for this one?
No, there's no gas.
Sorry.
Right now we're doing everything pretty much off ledger, but it's all decentralized, and so it goes into a government portal, gets submitted, verified, credential receipt comes out, and that's from a compliance standpoint that's what they need to do, and they need to build up a whole lot of that data. Just kind of need to prove that they have the process. Yeah. How about you?
You are also like a implementer.
Oh, very cool. Yeah. Cool. Oh, very cool. Awesome. I'm pretty sure I come across you. Yeah. What are you focused on right now? Okay, so like kind of just producing. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so you're marketplace as well. Cool.
Vou pôr um açuquinho, que só merecia tudo. Merecia muito. Olha o que você achou. Não é? Eu gostei dessa. e marquei os pais dele. Porque eu vou ficar tranquilo que a criança tá dormindo.
What number is fine?
Quando eu não vocês iam comendo ontem, eu marquei os pais dele e falei, fiquei tranquilo que a criança tá alimentada.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Desconto de 50%.
I guess in Bay Area. I'm in San Francisco now. I don't live in San Francisco though. Yeah, but it's pretty good.
You paid them. Oh, 1 year ago.
But what do you focus on specifically? Okay.
Quando você tiver sua empresa, alguém vai pedir pra você.
Okay. Very cool.
Algo de graça, você vai lá e
I'm actually I'm like the
Oi, galera.
yeah, have the programs and then there's like me who's trying to do it.
Yeah, just have to do it.
Yeah. Oh, I just
Yeah, less pressure. Definitely.
yeah. It's really small. We're actually working.
How many people lecturers?
Yeah, yeah.
How many customers?
Yeah, it is.
How many students?
Yeah, it's kind of all over the place.
900.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Oh, that's
But I think it's
Fazendo
important
várias
is
coisas aqui no meu.
Do they like something with how
I feel like people there
I don't know
there's
how
a
long
lot
is
of
it, like an hour, like a
seems to be some actual like market fit there. I think that some folks in the space haven't they can see how the technology is helpful, but they haven't quite figured out.
Oh,
I think
got it.
in your space, I think that there is strong video games thing, but then also creators economy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So what's
For
the
your
like
market,
your
is it pretty? You guys have a pretty good all any type of you guys also okay. I know that. Is that really? Okay, yeah. Yeah. So more than acquisition? Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, this is really, really
But it's disabled. Oh, and the last day it does.
You're incentivized?
It's not.
You have an incentive to get on that.
Hi, I'm Josh.
Right? I'm here to learn.
This way, I guess it's a pretty good, I guess, discount.
Is the
The whole day.
well, the whole day, yes. Yeah, no, not a whole day. 12-hour work day. We'll have fun. So this door opens early to Monday. I think it's kind of the same things that
Only the part of the people in this time.
yeah, very, yeah, you don't want to see it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the quarantine. I'm sorry.
Good, how are you? I'm David. Nice to meet you. I work for yeah, so I know like oh yeah. Like are you what do you Was it a I've been just I think if you research it, I think
No, but it's
yeah, like big companies are not like big financial institutions are the idea is like it's all most of it's built on Ethereum. And so if you think about like public ledgers, right? Buying and selling, that's all public, right? Anybody can go in and do whatever they want, right? So these are private companies. Walmart's public. They create their own blockchain. And then like they have vendors that they know exactly, basically like the truck drivers, they know exactly how it works, but basically like they're writing like a blockchain and kind of scale it up. And so like Walmart has, and so the only people that have access to that blockchain are like people who are so the idea is like when they're using this is like they can track real time where you at and then like as opposed to like a truck driver like doing like drive across the country and saying like 27 days confirming take all this stuff which takes that makes sense. Or if you're like a financial, other things like financial services, like
provides security more about financial services. A lot of companies want privacy. A lot of investors want privacy as to what they're doing. They don't like you can't just like look up like what hedge fund names do. But if it's on a public blockchain, you can figure out like generally what that is, right? It's like anonymous, it's anonymous. So if it's private, then like financial institutions can like invite when they want to use it, and then they can use it to like settle transactions.
We went there.
I think that, I mean, it was very surprised on the easy side.
Hi there, how are you?
Exactly, like, yeah, the extreme.
I don't know who's the check
I know.
How are you? What are you selling? What are
I was excited to see I didn't even know this was here.
selling e-commerce get online and sell the product. Yeah, and then we have also kiosks,
About what? What is that? I've just started learning about, since you're like sales and marketing and also like have you looked at
we already have that and the e-commerce there.
well, what was your company? Daryl? David Colton.
What do you
Nice to meet you in person. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
I love it.
No, not really.
I want to take the part of the track. That what
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yep.
Yeah, it's like that.
Not much. How are
Nice to
you?
meet you.
I'm
What's your
David.
name?
David Colwin.
David?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, tell me more about you, Dave.
I work here at AWS.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. I work in BD for financial services. I help run West We'll see. But I raised my hand here. I'm watching.
Take a step back or something?
I think so. But we'll see how slow financial is. Like, we'll see the idea when I'll go meet the largest I'm from finance, on like the economic side. So I was at a financial firm, BlackRock. I didn't. I just did undergrad, and then I did. I'm sorry.
The rest of us
It was hard, to be fair, because I went to a shitty. I started initially doing equity, doing banking, investment banking, and then I left and I went to the tech side. Do you know who BlackRock is? I was at BlackRock, and then BlackRock's technology platform is like their secret sauce. They sell it like everyone.
Oh, sorry.
So I wanted out of that world because I was from here. Financial world, even though it's all East Coast. I was out there. BlackRock office is like right here. But I knew I was going to want to.
Obrigada, mamãe. Pode ser por aí, olha.
Somehow related to Web3 in our region. Change that.
Right. That's like a holding. Right. Then you can track, right? Right. Just electric. So what do you build?
So basically, the use case is simple. He's selling to the client, he says, tomorrow I'm going to try
So like, what, can I ask you a question? So like Walmart, like the use case I know from Walmart, like Walmart, but you did? Okay. So like the public use case that I know of, right, is they're using the private blockchain to track like shipments, like where they're location. Okay. So it's okay. It's the same.
I mean, you can use this as right chain if you want.
You can use it for anything. With that concept of tracking, whether it's a car or like a delivery person, you can use it. Yeah, but that's what that was the problem. BlackRock. We don't send everything was on FTP. Yeah, that's how I think of it. Yeah. So weird. Okay, this is so when I think of the blockchain, right? I think of that's what it is. But where is the actual file, right? Like, say Ferrari share, right? Like, where is the file? It's not the blockchain.
In this case, how companies are developing
It's a private one.
it's a private blockchain, not decentralized. It's not owned by one example. It's a private
Right. It's invited.
Right? So as a company, like I have access to it, and this file lives on either IP address or
Like it could sit on AWS or the S3.
they can add those you might have situations where users might take the cancel file. Use the data to open
No, the process.
So you may become partners with the university as founder altogether.
Can't say.
Very new for us. We're learning a lot.
not only technical stuff.
Yeah, FTP is not secure. Yeah, it's just a server with a file sitting attached.
How you guys doing? So, I'm with AWS. I just want to introduce myself real quick. All right, Daryl. You guys sole company?
He's just over
2 are and you're 2.
He's 2.
Glad you
I
guys
have
came
a
out.
4-year-old.
What's that? With each other last time. Came from Brazil. Yeah. Web3. That's awesome.
So yeah, so it's
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Hey everybody, quick announcement. This is like the 5-minute warning. We're gonna start at about 10:55 with a quick announcement with the official start of the day at 11. So feel free to continue to make yourself at home. My name is Brandon Middleton. I'm on the FinTech Startups team here. So mi casa, su casa. Thank you guys for making the time. Coffee in the back, bathrooms like on a line that way if you want to exit and use the bathroom. And again, at 10:55, quick announcement, 11 o'clock on the dot, we're going to try to get started. So happy Tuesday, and thanks so much everybody for coming out.
You're not all based here in some in New York. So I have.
How long have you guys been there?
6 people into like brand
I think, I mean, you obviously know this. I just think like the whole point thing is not too much. Yeah.
it sounds like a lot of places.
I know. And that's why I'm like, if I could be the switch like the West and the West, and like, I probably have all the space that's like, whatever. Yeah, I would love to. I would love to. I think it'd be interesting just to figure out like if there's anything like the FTP use case is probably like.
Number 2. It's out of the plane when we used to touch the
Yeah, I think that, and that's sort of my brain is. It's like if you go meet with like BlackRock, right? Like they don't know, they won't know how to do this, so they would rather just partner and bring it. It's like you become like the software. What? I don't know. Like,
it's so clear. It's not like listen to I know the name.
So is that?
Oh, you talking about Charles?
Right. They just put, yeah. You're just putting it in the AWS.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thanks. No, I just thought I'm sorry.
I'm like. I apologize.
No apologize. So basically,
You guys are with Bill Company?
Yeah.
so these are some of the companies that
You guys just doing
this is the marketing places that we have. Events like So it's on the dashboard for the company. And so, like when you're going to AWS, SaaS services.
Okay, got it. All right. Hello. Amazon needs Daryl. What do you do?
Spending 4 years
Yeah, just records. But if you're like sending, say you're sending like
You don't necessarily traffic in
hedge fund A is sending a file with all the positions at night to another bank. Have you guys done any work in financial services?
Telegram.
The problem is like it's like the slowest industry I've ever done. It's all security. Right?
Someone like you and I don't know that.
That's awesome. Yeah, that'd be super.
Idea is less about $1 million picture, more about can you trust your player? Makes perfect sense. It's just not really.
Hey everybody,
Yeah, I haven't been here.
get everyone's attention really quick. I'm just going to do a quick announcement, and then I'm going to pass it back to Brandon to start the event. I want to welcome everyone here to the AWS Loft. If you guys don't know, the Loft is a place for startups. If you're an Activate member, we have a free co-working space from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. If you guys have any questions on how that works, just swing by the front desk, ask us any questions, we'll answer it kindly. And then just a couple of housekeeping things. There's a set of double doors over there by the exit sign. That's the way to the bathroom. I know Brendan said that earlier. There might be some people who didn't hear. And then that's it. Welcome to the Loft. If you guys have any questions, let us know at the front desk. We'll happily answer anything. Okay? All right.
So one question that I've been getting consistently, just so you all know, we've got a prize table on the side here. So we'll answer some trivia or ask some trivia and do a little bit of like audience participation Q&A throughout the course of the day. So we've got some books, we've got some t-shirts, we've got some stickers that you can grab. So feel free to help yourself to the stickers, but a couple of Amazon gift cards and all of that throughout the day just to keep the engagement up and keep it fun for you guys. So that's what that's about. Please do not like take all the stuff and run away. We're trying to do that. Keep that as a prize table. So what we're gonna do, Shai, I'm gonna hand it off to you. At 11 o'clock, we've got our special opening remark and keynote. Before we jump into that, I want to just quickly give you guys a sense of what the agenda is going to be for today. Let's go here. Just go like this thing. So from 11 to 11:10 or so, we've got opening remarks from the head of AWS Startups. Vice President Howard Wright is going to join us on video for a second. Our first session, State of Web3 and Crypto, is going to be given by Shai. We've got the next one, which is a lunch and learn. We'll get some lunch in here that'll be right outside. And we'll have Gitcoin and Coinbase Giving go through a session about social impact and Web3 and public good. After that, at 1 o'clock, we'll go through Web3, digital assets, and safety and security. We've got an all-star panel there. 2 o'clock, we will do the exact same thing. 3 to 4 panelists talking about the future of NFTs, metaverses, and gaming. From 3 to 4, we've got one about DeFi and creator economies. And to round out the day, we've got a session about best practices and what it means to build a world-class organization and company in kind of the weird time that we're in inside of Web3 and inside of like the larger macro environment. So if that sounds good, we're really excited to kind of share this content with you. Throughout the day, if you have any things that you're looking to learn, feel free to grab any of us that you see with AWS badges here. We're happy to chat, take ideas and feedback that you have. And just in general, feel free to network and to build relationships amongst each other and amongst us as well. We wanted to do this in person and in kind of community for a reason, as opposed to doing it like over the Zoom that we've been so comfortable with over the last 2 years. If you're like ready for more in person, you guys ready for a little bit more of this kind of stuff? I see 2 hands back there. People are ready. So without further ado, Shai, I'm gonna go be the Wizard of Oz really quickly, and then we'll get this thing started. So just hold on to your seats. Here we go.
Hang tight, everybody. We're just getting the chime meeting going with Howard. We'll get that started, then I'll get up and I'll get started with our State of Web3. How's everybody doing this morning? Excited? Excited to be here? Yes. I always like to ask anybody to get wrecked, but that seems like every time I ask that question, the answer is yes. So, anybody discovered any new protocols, new projects you're excited about? You don't have to say what it is, just say yes. Yes. Yeah. There's so many changes happening every day. Like I have a hard time just keeping track of new protocols, new projects out there. So, I always love talking, just hearing about different protocols, different initiatives, right? And part of the fun of this industry is just all the building that's happening. So that's what we talk a lot about today, is just building and building and building. A lot of really cool stuff. Give me 1 second, let me see what's going on with our chime link, and we'll get started. Yeah, sure. I'll stall a little more here.
As soon as Howard gets on, we'll get on stage here, but I was supposed to speak for a few minutes anyway, so I'm going to jump in line. My name is Brad Wendy. I'm the head of the startups group for half of the country, and Daryl and Brandon and team, we're all part of the group that's putting together the go-to-market resources for Web3 and all that stuff. I can't see this too well, so please yank me off the stage as soon as Howard gets on. How many of you were in the business in like late 90s? Show your hands. All right. So I got 2 people who'll know what the heck I'm about to talk about. I formed a company that built molecular combinatorial genetics. And we used a project called the SETI project. And the SETI project was a massive array of peer-to-peer computers. And they're all public computers. You could contribute your computer. What the SETI project really did was help people try to find extraterrestrial, I'm not saying that word right, somebody help me. Extraterrestrial life, right? So it was a big public network of computing nodes. And
So I think we're ready.
And I'm going to be told to shut up. I'll come back to this story in a second.
This is Howard Wright, our Vice President of Global Startups. Howard joined us recently, and we're so excited to have him open up the program with some opening remarks. So I'm going to go off video. Howard, you got all of the good stuff to say. So thank you so much. Feel free to take it away. The floor is yours, sir.
Thanks, Brandon. Thank you. Welcome to everybody in the room there. You know, these big ideas and scaled impacts, they all start as really audacious ideas in the startup world. I was lucky enough to be in a startup for a little bit, and I've spent my time in multinationals as well. And I'm quite in awe of the grit, the determination that is required to build a successful startup. Some of the most famous ones, the Coinbases and the Apples and the Netflix and Airbnbs, they all started out as what we like to call at AWS, these 2 pizza teams with an idea to change the world. You in this room are those builders, those innovators, those risk takers for the future, and for that we applaud you. You get to literally go and create and shape the next future. So we're excited to support you entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley, Bay Area. I was lucky enough to go to school there. I worked at Intel for many, many years, so I'm envious and look forward to staying in touch with you guys as and when we come through the Bay Area. Several decades worth of success and partners that we've had in terms of similar themes, in terms of the risk taking in the Bay Area, the battle of the ideas, the startup grind, etc. Let's lean into and embrace that, because that is what is required. We also have a chance to do things a little bit better too. So with respect to equity, inclusion, access, let's also build some new narratives on top of the platforms and the services that you guys are creating. So none of this business, ours nor yours, can start and be successful without the customers. And customer obsession is one of our leadership principles. And for you customers, we think we've proudly developed the broadest and deepest cloud platform in the world. We clearly have the fastest pace of innovation, and that velocity is unmatched by other cloud providers. As a result of your work, we have the largest community of customers and partners, and that continues to grow every day. So we really believe we have the most mature cloud platform in the world. And this brings us to blockchain and Web3, and we believe in a decentralized future for sure. You're going to make it happen, and we want you to make that happen on top of and with our AWS resources that we have. So in the spirit of this community, mi casa es su casa. Welcome to our startup Loft. Please make yourself at home and use the space as the resources that it was built to be. Let's go change the world together, and we challenge you to come prove what is possible with AWS. So with that, I challenge you to find Brad and Brandon and Daryl and others, and let's get to work. How about that?
Awesome.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Howard. We appreciate again just the kind words, and can't wait until you grace the Bay Area with your presence one more time. I'll hand it off in the room to Brad, who will also say a couple of minutes worth of introduction, but we appreciate you. We'll do a nice trip report to let you know all the good stuff that you missed here. But again, on behalf of everybody here from the SF Startups Loft, thank you so much, Howard.
Thank you, Brandon. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Howard. Awesome. So, where was I in that story? Extraterrestrials, right? So, what am I talking about up here? The point of all that is, this is in the late 90s, we had decentralized computing. Like, we built an entire business and sold it and we had no servers, we just pushed it out. We had objects that ran on the PCs across thousands of computers, and we built an entire business on it. Major hedge funds and prop trading desks were using our platform to do this, right? So what does that sound like? Sounds kind of common to some of the things we're doing here right now. And when you think about now all the fluff and all the noise about the crypto exchanges, we get it. We understand there's a lot of stuff about that. But I think to a lot of us in the room, what's really, really invigorating and exciting is this notion of a decentralized platform, a truly decentralized platform with not just decentralized computing, but decentralized ownership, right? That's the large promise, I think, what we're all beginning to see here. And Daryl and Brandon and Chai and a lot of us at AWS, it sounds kind of oxymoronic that a very centralized big cloud computing company would be this interested in the space, but man, a lot of us really are, and we're really committed to this. There are significant amounts of investment going on within AWS to actually help this ecosystem reach its fulfillment, but we also recognize that this is a long, long journey, right? It's going to take us some time to figure all this stuff out. And I think all of us understand what the rules of the road is, and that is we're going to participate as a community member. Howard just mentioned this, but we consider ourselves part of the community, and we cannot wait to be working with, especially the startups, the disruptors, the folks who are really pushing the envelope and helping us discover what this platform and what this future is really going to be all about. And so we're just super thrilled. And I'll just echo what Brandon said earlier. And we appreciate you guys coming in person, spending time with us. We'll make this as useful as possible today. We would love to hear more about how we can continue to do more of this as, again, community member participants. Cool? All right, that was a long way to get there, right? From the terrestrial story to this. We okay? All right. All right. With that, Shai, come on and take the mic away from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give me 1 second to switch the presentation here. Hopefully it works. All right. So welcome everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. My name is Shai Perenik. I wanted to share really the state of Web3 today and some of the trends and things that we're seeing across from our customers. And so that's what we're going to be talking about today, right? Just some trends, some things we're seeing across both the crypto industry, Web3, blockchain, really all those components there. Big thank you to Brandon, who's just walking out right now for helping put together the slide as well as putting together the sessions for today. My name is again Shai Perenik. I am the Global Tech and Segment Lead for Blockchain Web3 within AWS. I specifically sit in within our partner organization. And so within our partner organization, that means my role is specifically on answering the question about how do we accelerate our partners. That might be technical opportunities, things like new services, new solutions that we work on building together with our partners. Maybe it's new quick start guides and architectures and plans like that. Or it might be more business strategy things, maybe go-to-market strategies, initiatives like hackathons and joint blog events, and building communities together. And so I really enjoy this role. It gives me an opportunity to work very closely with our partners and really leveraging our partners and working with our partners to expand the ecosystem, really grow the ecosystem. And that's how we're going to do it. I've been at AWS for a little over 5 years. I've really enjoyed every part of my time at AWS. I started off in a professional services organization, then moved into solution architecture, and then the partner organization. And so I've been around for a little while. For me, really everything about blockchain Web3 is really a lot about the future, right? It's not about today, we're just getting started. I'm going to be talking about how we're just getting started. It's really just the early days today. But when we're building a lot of these things, I think that we're building them for our kids. I have a couple young kids between 7 and 13, right? I look at their future, what they're going to do 10 years from now, maybe 15 years from now, and I look at the foundational technology, and I look at the opportunities that it's going to unlock for them in the future, and the things that will enable for them in the future, as well as their friends and their peers. So I really encourage you, as you listen to presentations today, it's really important to think about how you're building, but think about how you're building for the kids in the future together. If you're curious to follow me, my Twitter link there is there on the bottom or on LinkedIn. We're going to be talking about a couple different topics today. We're going to be talking about some foundations, some basic things. Just going to go over some general terminology just to make sure we're all on the same page as we go through the presentation today. I'll be then talking about some of the themes that we're seeing in the industry.
Are you going to share the slides?
Yeah, usually at the end of the day we share all the slides. Yeah, I mean, feel free to take pictures if you want, but yeah, we'll also share the slides too.
Thank you.
Sure. We'll talk about some financials, just financial themes that we're seeing. I'm not going to be talking about any financial investment kind of stuff, things like that. We'll talk about interoperability as well as NFTs and metaverse and gaming. We'll talk about the developer tooling and the trends we're seeing there. And then finally, I'll touch a little bit of the policy and regulation stuff that we're seeing. And then hopefully we'll have some time for Q&A at the end. So I maybe go a little quick. I do tend to talk pretty fast. I actually grew up in California and Los Angeles, but I moved to Pennsylvania. And so I've learned to slow down for the Pennsylvanians, but now that I'm back in California, I'm just going to go at normal speed. If I do go too fast, somebody just yell or throw something at me. All right, so let's start off just setting foundations, right? Basic, fundamental things that we all should understand as we go through this day today. When we think about Web3, the really simplistic way to think about it is Web 1 was all about reading. It was all about the reader economy, right? Reading data online, whether that's AOL, Yahoo, any other kind of message board, or any kind of publication out there, right? We consumed a lot of content back in those early Web 1 days. Web 2 introduced the concept of writing, and we became a creator society, right? We had things like Yahoo and Facebook and MySpace, then Twitter, even Amazon reviews, right? So it became all about reading, but also writing and contributing back to the content as well. Web 3 really adds the concept of ownership, right? Brad mentioned it before, ownership is key, and that's why I talk a lot about our children, really about the future, because that's really what we're building, right? We're building ownership back into the concept of web technologies. And so we've moved as a society really from Web 1 to Web 2, Web 3. That concept of ownership is really just coming back to the ownership that we had in the original Web 1 days. So the industry continues to evolve, but for now, that's the sort of thought that we need to think about when we think about Web 2 versus Web 3. Another way to think about Web 2 and Web 3 is really the client-server model, right? When we had Web 2, traditionally it was a client-server. That client might be my laptop, might be my phone, communicating with a single server. Maybe it's a set of servers in the cloud. And Web 3 really changes that and moves it all to a peer-to-peer model. And the idea is that how do we communicate between different devices, between different contracts and things like that, and we'll talk about those in the next couple of slides. But that's really the goal, right? You move away from the centralized this is that a blockchain network is really just a distributed network. It's nothing more than a set of nodes or computers on a network. And that's really the key thing there, right? Is those nodes can be anything. Those nodes can be my laptop, it can be my phone, it can be a big powerful server, it can be whatever, right? That is ultimately the network, right? Those are the nodes in the network that make up that blockchain network. And then we may have things like sidechains. Those sidechains help us scale out the blockchain network. And so there's newer blockchain networks, there's some older blockchain networks. Different ones need different requirements from different use case, or for different use cases. And so sometimes you have that layer one, which is the network, and then you have a sidechain to help scale out that network. We'll talk about this a little more, but we're seeing a lot of this scaling out solutions in the industry. Then we really have bridges, right? If we have all these networks, and we have all blockchain networks everywhere, and we have bridges, or we have sidechain networks that are also being built out, then we need some bridges, right? We need some ways to connect all these different networks so they can communicate together. We'll talk a little bit later about interoperability and the trends that we're seeing there, but we need the bridges to connect everything together. Then we need oracles. Oracles give us the data from the outside world and give us access to that outside data from within our blockchain smart contracts and our blockchain network. It's actually surprisingly a little difficult to pull blockchain data or outside world data from within the blockchain world, and hence why we rely on oracles. Finally, you have kind of all these pieces put together, and sometimes it can be put together in a single network, sometimes they're a network with multiple protocols as these additional tools, but this is kind of the foundational, simplistic explanation of blockchain. Let's talk about smart contracts, because that's really the next component, right? When we think about smart contracts, if we think about sort of a traditional model, we would have our buyers and our shoppers, right? They're buying a house maybe, they're procuring something. There's a whole bunch of intermediaries that are in the middle. They are executing some sort of contract, some sort of a legal agreement, exchanging funds between them, and there's a whole bunch of intermediaries there. Has anybody bought a house recently? Is it a fun process? Has anybody bought a house and really enjoyed the process and thought it was an awesome thing that they want to do it over and over again? No, right? Nobody does. It's a painful process and it's difficult. And so if we take that example and we think about smart contracts, that's the key of what smart contracts does, is it gives us that ability to define that logic that our brokers, the agents, the county deed recorder, all of those people have in their mind. It allows us the ability to capture that as code. And we call that code as law because that's the big thing about blockchain, is once you submit a smart contract, that code is immutable and you cannot change it. And so that code of law allows us to conduct something like a housing transaction and exchange not only funds, but also exchange the deed and any other records, any other data between myself as maybe the buyer, maybe Brad as the seller of that house. And so when we look at this example, we can sort of dig into that more. We see really the power that's happening here. The key is that there's no intermediaries, right? These smart contracts that have this business logic can communicate with each other. Individual users can also communicate with each other. And so what you end up having is you end up having this concept of a smart contract cake, or really layered cake, where smart contracts are dependent on each other, they call each other, and this is really the building blocks of the Web3 ecosystem. Right? We talk about open source, open protocols, open initiatives, and that's really the key, because as we develop these open source protocols and other protocols are out there, we can then use them from other contracts and call on them from other contracts and develop very complex logic just by taking building blocks from the ecosystem and building together. So that's why I'm particularly excited about this space, is because it really encourages a lot of collaboration, a lot of building together through the smart contracts. So just think about the cake concept, especially as you think about security, and as you get deeper into some other topics in the future. And just a simplistic example, as you're thinking about blockchain, you're thinking about submitting a transaction, you might have your smartphone device that might act as your wallet, you might have a hardware device that acts as your wallet. Either way, you are going to be submitting a transaction. We are not going to get into public key encryption and cryptography. Those are fairly complex topics. I'm happy to discuss those on the side. But what will end up happening is you'll submit the transaction, that transaction will get submitted to the network. You then have a validator usually that's on the network that validates that transaction. It says, hey, the transaction is valid. It then communicates with the rest of the network and shares that transaction. That's something we call consensus. And once the network comes to an agreement on that transaction is then fortified in what's called a block. Now, those blocks are cryptographically connected to each other, and that's where we get the term blockchain from. So another way to think about that agreement within the blockchain network is it's something called consensus. A consensus protocol or consensus algorithm is the way the network comes to an agreement on something. You can think of this kind of like a neighborhood coming to an agreement on pizza, where you might have 3 neighbors agreeing on a cheese pizza, 3 other neighbors agreeing on a cheese pizza, and 3 other neighbors agreeing on a pepperoni pizza, and then they come to an agreement, and then they go to more neighbors, and they come to an agreement again. So very similarly, the blockchain network will come to an agreement on a transaction or on a block finality, and then that's how we get the actual blockchain. So a simplistic way to kind of think about it overall, and again, we're still defining this space, so all these things are moving. But when we think about layer 1s and layer 2s, those are our foundational networks that we build upon. Our layer 3 is going to be the web applications that we build upon, and then layer 4 is really our interface layer and the interface tools that we have for interfacing with the blockchain world. Again, this stuff is all changing, and that's part of the excitement here as this continues to be defined. A couple more key terms I just wanted to call out real quick before we really start diving into the state of Web3. We have CeFi and DeFi. CeFi stands for centralized finance, and DeFi is decentralized finance. We have very commonly hear decentralized finance as a way of doing financial transactions, whether that's lending, borrowing, any other kind of financial instruments, in a decentralized way, right? So you're not working with an intermediary, you own your keys, you own the custody, and CeFi or centralized finance is similar to that, but in a centralized world, right? So that's often with an exchange. We could be with an exchange, could be with a broker, could be with anything else, but they own the keys. Then we have NFTs, non-fungible tokens. You've probably heard this as a form of art and profile pictures and stuff like that, maybe in the form of music. But I encourage you to really think about it more as a form of certification. So when you think about an NFT, think about an NFT as a way to certify something, right? It's a digital certificate. So how many people grew up when they were kids with some sort of sports card or baseball card or whatever card? Quick show of hands. All right, how do you still have that card? All right, you're lucky you have yours. Yeah, so I have like a rare card, right? Probably Brad, you probably set an example, right? You had a rare card as a kid, and then you end up losing that card, and you don't have any certificate to prove that you have that. My certificate for my card is sitting somewhere at home, and my parents can't find it because it's been there for 30 years. So what if that certificate was digital, right? So think about that concept of digitizing that certificate, and what does that mean when you have a digital certificate that can verify your ownership? It really goes beyond art, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Then we have metaverse, and we'll talk about metaverse trends, right? We're seeing multiple metaverses, but the concept of a metaverse really is not new. Does anybody remember the game Second Life from the mid-90s? Okay, so that was one of the first instances of a metaverse that we've had, right? So this concept of a virtual world is really it's not new, but we're seeing a big evolution. We'll talk about that in the next couple of slides. So let's get going. Let's talk about some of the trends that we're seeing, just to make sure we finish on time here. So it's still very early, right? I love that Brandon shows this picture of the gold rush. Very timely, makes sense given the fact that we're in San Francisco and the nature of the gold rush here in this area. I gave this presentation in New York and didn't make that much sense there. So it's a lot more relevant here and it makes a lot more sense to me growing up in California. But none of us were around in the mid-1800s. And so if we think back to the stories maybe that we heard as kids growing up here, or things that we heard about the gold rush, it was really about a Wild West, right? Things were not defined at the time. People were still figuring out how to get the gold, how to process the gold, who to sell the gold to, how to transport the gold. All these other things they were trying to figure out, not just gold either, right? All the auxiliary things around that, right? So ironwork and transportation, all those industries were all evolving around the same time, right? And people were trying to figure out how do we evolve these, how do we become more efficient? So it's still very much that early time Web3. It's still very much moving fast, just like it did back then in the gold rush. And really, just like there were so many opportunities back then in the gold rush that came out of necessity, and that's what the necessity bred really that innovation and all those new things that came out at the time, we're seeing the same thing come in Web3, right? We're seeing a lot of the newness and novel of the industry really driving a lot of the innovation and first movers and first builders out there to just try new things. And if it doesn't work, they try again. If it doesn't work, they try again. So lots of invention, right? Lots and lots of invention is definitely still early. So I just want to make sure that's clear. All right, let's break up the next couple of sections. We're going to talk about financials and interoperability, NFTs, and metaverse. But we're really seeing that the concept of Web3 is expanding just beyond this idea of blockchain, right? And that's really the first key trend that I think has really changed, probably beginning of last year, right? And we saw this really solidify throughout 2021, where blockchain is now more of a component of Web3, and it's really going beyond just the storage component of that data, right? We're talking about how do we decentralize compute, how do we decentralize identity, how do we decentralize ownership. And so we're moving in a lot of these core principles around Web3 and continuing to evolve the space and looking at how do we grow the space. So a couple other things that we're seeing, just general themes that we're seeing across the industry. Real world impact, right? We see various crypto projects and protocols and Web3 projects actually make a real world impact. Whether that's a financial system in a country like Africa or in Asia countries, whether that's potentially a school certification system that didn't exist before in a poverty nation. We see that all the time, right? We see examples constantly of opportunities where Web3 is making a real world impact. And that's on people's lives, right? Within their everyday lives, things like healthcare, being able to access healthcare and show records. We have a privilege here in the US that we have a medical record system that's pretty well thought out and pretty well established, and you can get medical records, but that doesn't exist in other countries. We have a similar thing around just even identification, right? Proving who we are, proving your education records. Again, it's easy here and we're privileged in the US, but in other countries they don't have those privileges. And so we're seeing projects out there take on those initiatives and make those changes in those areas. Again, I mentioned it's still early. We'll keep saying that. We see really another key theme around property rights and really ownership, right? This ties into the concept of NFTs before, but the idea is now we have all these various blockchains, we have all the various technology around it. How do we leverage that technology to prove that somebody owns something, right? And that's what I mentioned before about NFTs, really going beyond just art and images and music and stuff like that, really into more even real estate and business use cases like that. We hear this term of both the internet is flawed and the unbanked, right? So various people will comment that the internet is flawed, and that depends really on your perception, right? Whether that's perception of ownership and that all data is siloed in several entities, whether you see that people don't have access to internet and access isn't equal in all parts of the world. We see all those things, right? And the internet is flawed in those various ways. And the question is, how does Web3 really address that, right? Web3 is really looking at opportunities to give that access back to the users, right? Give ownership back to the user. That's what Brad mentioned before. So we're going to see a lot of that continue to grow and continue to mature in the Web3 space. Finally, the unbanked I mentioned before is a common term that's used, right? The idea is that people that don't have access to financial systems, we want to be able to give them access to those financial tools. And we're constantly seeing a development of new tools and protocols being targeted at very emerging markets to create initiatives for people to access wealth and access markets that they don't normally have access to. So pretty cool stuff there when we look at the industry. Around financials, I'm just going to talk about a couple of things here, right? When we talk about stable coins, we can say what we want about stable coins, whether they're algorithmic or not, and their stability or not, but the short of it is there's a huge flow of funds coming in to stable coins. Now, that can mean different things as you interpret that, but what we're seeing from our customers when we're hearing back is that that's giving them confidence that there is funding in the ecosystem, right? Whether that's retail investing, whether that's institutional investing, whether that's venture capital funding investing, it's giving them that confidence that that stability is there, right? That those investors are there and they're looking for that investment in the form of stable coins. So that's something that we're constantly seeing and hearing that theme. Same thing with DeFi, right? We're hearing a lot of interest from our customers when it comes around DeFi, and just the fast explosion of DeFi in over 2 years, we're going from 0 to over 100 billion. And then something with DAOs, right? They're very interested in DAOs and how do they leverage a DAO concept for running something internally within their company, right? How do they help their organization be more efficient with a DAO, right? How can they create smart contracts and enable their employees to do things programmatically that today they can't do? When we talk about interoperability, right? I mentioned this before. This is actually one of my favorite areas of Web3. We know, and it's been very clear, not just from our customers, but really from the ecosystem as a whole, that Web3 is really about multi-chain. It's very clearly going to be a multi-chain world, right? We're not going to have a single chain. It's going to be multi-chain. Now, which chain is that going to be? Is anybody's guess, right? Very likely it's going to be a whole bunch of chains, right? 25 to 100, that'll be the top chains, and that might shift every other week or so, but we know it's going to be a multi-chain world. The analogy I always like using is if you think about, maybe a movie or an old science fiction movie where, each planet has their own currency, and everybody's moving around and everybody has their own currencies. It's very similar to that, right? And that's the exciting future, is about moving that data, not just the currency, but the data behind that currency and the rest of assets across multi-chains. We know that developers love Ethereum. We've heard that very clearly, but we've also heard that they are willing to look at other chains as well, right? So they're looking at Ethereum, but they're looking at other layer 2s as a scaling option. And we've heard that as well from institutional as well as enterprise as well, right? That they're looking at Ethereum, that they know that that's where the development is, they know that's where the TVL is at as well. And so they're looking at it, but they are aware that there's many other chains. And so again, very clearly a move towards understanding that, hey, there's more than just Ethereum here, and we should really be thinking about building multi-chain as well. Again, layer 2 is competing on transaction fees, right? That's not new. We'll probably continue to see that as we see more and more layer 2s being built for specific use cases. We'll continue to see that those layer 2s built, and therefore the transaction fees also come down because they'll be relevant to whatever the use case is there. If you think about metaverse and NFT, right, this is what I mentioned before, we're seeing a lot of utility come around NFT, right? So that whole thing about, okay, now I can verify, I can prove that I own something. I can say without any kind of certain doubt that I own something. So what does that mean, right? If I have that certificate of the baseball card that I had when I was a kid, does that maybe get me into a game? Maybe a Padres game or something else, right? Maybe it gives me access to a special edition shirt that commemorates something that's from that time. We're seeing NFT utility really come up in the metaverse use case, right? If we're talking about having multiple metaverses, and very much likely that we're going to have multiple metaverses, just like we have multiple chains. That's metaverses, metaversi, whatever the term is going to be. But it's very likely that we're going to have a need to move digital assets between different metaverse or metaverses, right? And so if we take the example of a vehicle, right, in one metaverse, and then being able to transport that vehicle to another metaverse, and the assets that I have in that digital vehicle may be giving me access to something in the real world. So that may be a discount on a muffler in a certain part because I paid for it in the digital world. So we're seeing that real world utility actually come in, where a lot of enterprises are really starting to understand that it's the certificate, how do you add additional value to that certificate? So again, I said the interest is increasing, right? We're seeing this a lot from our customers in our ecosystem, right? About how can they leverage the metaverse to better help their customers understand the space. So this is not only in Web3, but this is even things like construction and inspection, in any industry that there's any kind of inspection, manufacturing of all sorts, right? They're looking at how do they leverage metaverse and how they leverage Web3 to bring the two worlds together and bring all the data together. So we see a lot of opportunities existing at the intersection, and that's constantly what we have our calls with our customers and our partners, and we really love digging into. And so if you have an NFT metaverse use case, please do come talk to us. We love having these conversations, and we're certain that we'll continue seeing this trend continue to grow. Is there a question?
Yeah, what we've seen also is, from an enterprise standpoint, they would like to think about NFT as a record tracking, record authentication, right? So it's a new way to authenticate records, not just as a marketing vehicle, but to really authenticate things like identities and real estate transactions and files and things like that. So I think it's a new use cases coming out besides just the marketing angle.
No, definitely, yeah, that's a great point, right? So around authentication, I'll just restate that for anybody that didn't hear, right? So a lot of companies are seeing the value of authentication, right? Being able to authenticate or validate something on a blockchain network, and what is the value that that holds to them, right? How do they then use that value to add something later on? So great point, thank you for adding that. All right, let's talk about some of the developer tooling, right? As the ecosystem continues to grow, we continue to see more developer tooling come out. This can take many forms, right? This might be things like node deployments, it might be APIs, it might be other protocol solutions to build upon. But we are regularly seeing a very active development, especially in the downturn of the market the last year, around really focus on the tooling, right? Developing specific tooling for very specific use cases. That may be something like in gaming, where you have to do a very specific function in gaming and you want an API for that. There's developers building things out there for specific those kind of use cases. You have other financial and DeFi use cases where you have developers building APIs to obfuscate a lot of the more challenging blockchain communication underneath. There's a lot of third-party protocols being developed around what's called layer 0 messaging, right? Allowing inter-blockchain messaging between between different protocols across different chains. And we see the tooling being developed around there to help the developer really remove that burdensome or that trying to figure out what chain do I need to deploy on, helping them deploy on multiple chains. So again, many developments that we're seeing in the developer tooling area, this is an industry that continues, or a specific segment of the industry that continues to grow. And we expect really to see a lot of investment from the industry in this space particularly. And we're seeing a lot of partners getting into this, a lot of customers looking at this. And again, it's just a huge opportunity when it comes to developer tooling, right? Because if we accelerate developers and give developers the ability to create better, cooler things and remove a lot of that undifferentiated heavy lifting, a lot of the burdensome things that they need to build, then they can focus on those use cases and build cooler stuff. So this is an area that we're actively looking at. We love engaging again with our partners and our customers when it comes to developer tooling. But I expect to see a lot of really cool stuff coming out of the space as we get to the end of the year. All right, we're not gonna get into policy and regulation in super detail here. I'll just mention for a couple of things that this is an area that we're now seeing a lot of more attention from our customers. So if we go back maybe 2 years ago, we would have heard a lot from our customers, oh, we're not looking at Web3 use cases today, we're still waiting for regulation to flesh out, we're trying to understand policies. And we've seen a shift, right? We're seeing and hearing customers say more, okay, we're seeing now some action coming out of regulators, we're seeing some policy ideas coming out of Washington and other countries, and now that's giving us some more comfort to move into the space. So while the regulation is not finalized, we're still a long ways from that, a lot of the policies still need some time to formulate. The fact that they're being formulated, at least being discussed in a public discourse, is giving customers and giving builders that confidence that, hey, this is a space I can go ahead and build in. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. We want developers to continue building, and we're going to do that by giving them those reassurances. So I hope to see more, at least clarification when it comes to policy and regulation. I think the clarification is the important piece. You know, as we get that clarification, one of the other biggest trends that we're seeing from our customers is really determining, is it CeFi or DeFi, right? How do they want to align? If they have a financial instrument or financial product that's a component of their product, right? Maybe they have a gaming solution, they're building a really cool game, and as a component of that game, they want to incentivize their holders that if you hold that game token or that game asset, maybe it's like a character or something, you get some sort of interest or reward from that. So a lot of those developers are looking at CeFi or DeFi, right? Do we partner with centralized entities? Do we partner with decentralized entities and build decentralized solutions, or do we build centralized solutions? So it's still kind of in between, right? We see more leaning towards DeFi, especially with a lot of the recent news and CeFi and some things that we've heard. So we're seeing more of a shift towards DeFi, but it just really depends on the builder, right? The developer really needs to decide and chooses what model they prefer for them and their customers. Again, I mentioned before, it's still early in the Web3 days, right? I like pulling up this chart, mainly because if we look at it and we think about the really number of Web3 holders or active users that we have, and we look at internet usage, we had about 1 billion users on the web, right, by about 2006 or so. Sorry, it's a little hard to see there. So, and as we continue to go on, right, with Web3, we're still in the early days, so we're forecasted to get to somewhere around 1 billion users in Web3 by about 2031. So that's why I say about 10 years. If we see that same growth trajectory, that's the path that we'll be on. I hope that we see more growth trajectory and we get there sooner, but that's roughly what we're looking at, is about 9 years or so. Again, I mentioned before, right, it's important that we talk about venture capitalists, really how money's flowed into the industry, right, when we talk about financials. We saw a lot of venture capital interest in really the layer 1s and layer 2s, and then started moving into layer 3s, right, whether that's messaging protocols, other protocols that sit on top, API type protocols. And now we're seeing a lot of those funds and venture capital interest move much more into the protocol layer, where they're actually looking at the final app that's being delivered to the consumer or the final end user, and they're looking at how do they invest in that industry as well, how do they accelerate those protocols and applications. So again, a much deeper view across VCs, not just in the foundational layers, but moving up the stack and really seeing value in the rest of the stack in Web3. All right, so let's go ahead and wrap up in closing, and then I'll take some Q&A at the end there. You know, Brad made a comment before about, you know, Amazon being fairly centralized and sort of our history being centralized. I want to counter that a little bit. And the argument I'll make, and I intentionally chose an older picture here, is when we think about Amazon, we're really not as centralized as many people think. There's a concept of a two-pizza team that exists within Amazon. There's a concept of a page that we have to write. These concepts are really very similar to what we do in the Web3 world, right? When the Web3 protocol wants to go for investing funding, they write up a white paper, they create a communication channel, and they go and they try to sell that idea, and they build something to get funding for it. It's very similar internally in Amazon. We have the same concept, and we have similar concepts throughout the years when we either acquired companies or built new companies out again. And so we very much continue to operate in a very decentralized model, right? When we build things, we build them in small teams, we operate decentralized, we have different teams working on different protocols or different ideas internally. And so we're really not that much different from the decentralized ethos that we have in the Web3 community. It's just we are a large entity and we are actively looking at how do we help accelerate in this ecosystem. So I really encourage everybody, as we wrap up, and I know I'm standing between lunch, really just think about this model, right? Think about that our goal with Web3 is really about being decentralized and moving the ecosystem forward, and how can we collaborate and do that together. So with that, I'll open up for Q&A. And then just a reminder regarding lunch real quick, we do have lunch ready outside, and we do have lunch and learn going. So when we do break for lunch in about 15 minutes or so, please grab your lunch and then come back in for the lunch and learn so we can all learn together. All right, I'll go ahead and open up the floor if there's any questions. See one in the back there.
So going back to that slide with the real estate example, right? Like the Web3 version had the smart contract in it, like with the. So my understanding is it's not super easy to modify the smart contract after. It's like, how do you change the law, right?
Yeah.
So what have you seen around like modifying the smart contract after it's been deployed?
Sure. So the question was around, basically the smart contract is immutable and it can't be changed. So it's code as law, as I mentioned before. And what have we seen when it comes to sort of changing or updating that contract? And so it's an interesting idea because I pose this question, right? When we have the Web 2 world, we sunset an application, right? That's something that we actively think about sunsetting an application, retiring an application. What is the life cycle of the application? It's actually very different in the Web3 world, right? We can't retire a smart contract. Once we create a smart contract that lives on forever, now, arguably, depending on different technologies and different layer 1 chains, how it lives on forever is dependent, right? Some chains will shard it and will archive it for a purpose. But for sake of simplicity, to answer the question, we see many what's called proxy contracts. And so proxy contract will simply be a contract that you interact with that is then interacting on your behalf with other contracts in the background. So that's the idea of a proxy contract, and when you have that, that gives the developer the ability to change what contracts you're engaging with in the underlying layers. So that's something to be aware of. It is a security concern. It's something we see very often. When you talk about contracts, you see those proxy contracts come up, but it is an architectural pattern that we're seeing used very often as a way to help with contract migrations. Because otherwise the challenge is you have to then have your users migrate from one contract to the other. You can only do it on their behalf if you have a proxy contract or if you have the authority to do so, which often you don't. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, because I mean, just like law, it changes too, right?
Yeah. So we have to see how the industry evolves really in that space. My concern was around sort of dust. You know, how all these contracts that are out there, right? I can go create a whole bunch of contracts just for fun to play around with them and see what happens. And that's creating waste, if you will, on a blockchain, whatever blockchain that might be. So I'm really curious, you know, not just how we have proxy contracts, but how do we actually retire contracts? What is the way to retire that if the data is immutable and we can't get rid of it, right? So how do we reduce that dust, so to speak, or waste? All right, happy to discuss further. Any other questions? Back there.
Yes, it's kind of staying on the same vein of like buying property using crypto.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest issue to me seems like the connection between the digital world and the real world, and like the actual, basically validating ownership and having that being enforceable. What's your understanding of like the latest on that? Has that been successfully implemented in any kind of ways you can describe?
Yeah, so the question, I think, and tell me if I'm restating this correct, so the question was around rights to properties and what we're seeing sort of from the ecosystem and getting that data onto a blockchain.
Yeah, specifically the enforceability of that.
And so getting the data on the blockchain and then being able to enforce that. Yeah. So let's address the first part. So around getting the data on the blockchain, right? What we're seeing from a lot of various government entities is a start to look at not just private chains, but also looking at public chains as an option. So if we go back 2-3 years ago, there was a very big initiative and very big push towards private chains. And we're seeing that shift as we talk to more and more public sector companies or public sector government organizations about moving away from a private chain into a public chain where it makes sense. And even possibly having a hybrid architecture between a public and a private chain. So once it's in that public realm, or even if it's in the private side, the enforceability is really coming down to that municipality's ability to get to that data, right? And so when we talk to a lot of the enforcement side, the simple argument is, well, we don't need to know where the data is, we just need to get to the data. And so long as the tooling that they have gets into that data and they can see that that deed is up at a certain time or that property is owned by a certain person, then they can get to that data. So for the end user perspective, it doesn't change that much because it's just about the data access. It's really the challenge more is getting the data onto the blockchain or any blockchain and then being able to then develop the apps that it can be enforced later. But the enforcement will probably happen with the similar apps that they're doing today. That use case will probably not change. Does that help?
Yes. Seems like there's still some work to be sorted out on like actually implementing this.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely is. I mean, there's definitely a lot to be sorted in all these spaces. And the implementation that we're seeing is a lot of, okay, here, we'll get the data ingested onto whatever chain it might be. And then now the data is there, and now let's figure out how do we use that data, right? So that's kind of the steps that we're seeing a lot of public sector and enterprises really take in their Web3 blockchain journey is about let's get the data there, let's figure out how do we use it, then let's figure out how do we open it up to more people and make it more accessible.
Shai, more tactically, are we actually seeing real estate transactions happen with tokenized real estate?
We are seeing entities exploring the option and looking at tokenizing the real estate. There's a county in California that's also looking at it. So we have customers again looking at it. There are companies, when you talk about tokenization of real estate, though, I'll say that there are companies that actually are doing tokenization of real estate. So there's a couple of companies out there that you can go and you procure the real estate through them, and then using a digital token in your wallet, they will give you a token that represents that real estate property. So it's something that we're seeing in the industry, but I think there's still a lot of maturity, and what we're hearing from all of our customers is that, hey, we're interested in this space, we just need to understand the regulations, we need to understand the requirements, the municipality laws, and different things like that. So we're definitely seeing a lot of interest in this space.
On that topic today, we see clients that are doing it for tokenization of securitized real estate. So people selling, real estate as a security and as an investment, but I don't think I've seen any use cases yet of tracking, like, actually transferring title using tokenization.
Yeah, and not yet. I think that's something that we're waiting for. Go ahead.
One of the use cases at Ripple that we're seeing is the government of Colombia is actually using the ledger to tokenize land registry sales across the country. So it's a new use case that we're starting to see, at least outside of the US.
Yeah, so that's a great example, right? You call it from Ripple in Colombia and real estate there, right? So great example of where we have real world cases in a country where sometimes those challenges around real estate exist, right? We don't have some of those challenges here sometimes, so we don't see some of that innovation, but that's the story I love hearing, so thank you for sharing that. Was there another question?
Yeah, so
let me go ahead and come with you. Okay.
Yeah, you showed one of the slides where there was bridge networks trying to connect between different chain networks. So you had talked about interoperability as well. But recently we have seen a lot of like hacks and around security, especially on the bridge network side. So do you see that kind of being the main challenge for interoperability, or?
Yeah, that is a very big concern. I'm actually giving a presentation internally tomorrow where we're going to go over talking about Web3 security, and a big part of that is around bridges and interoperability. Unfortunately, right now, it is a big source of hacks and exploits and all kinds of things, just because of some things that we're seeing in the industry, which are either, how do I say that the bridges are misconfigured, but almost where the bridges are an attack vector, where the attacker will exploit the bridge. And the technology that's underlying that bridge specifically, so often that bridge may be centralized, and so they'll exploit that centralized bridge. We've seen that with a couple of protocols just a few months ago, and then we'll see other ones where they'll exploit the smart contracts and take advantage of the smart contracts on both sides. And the challenge that we're seeing is that the question is, what are the both sides, right? So sometimes you have a layer 1 on one side and you have another layer 2 on the other side, or a different layer 1 on the other side, and the compromise happens on the less secure of the chains. So that's the challenge that we're seeing is in a multi-chain world where security is different between different chains, how do you, for lack of better words, have that same guarantee of security across different chains? And it's a challenge. I think we'll continue seeing that. I'm really hopeful, and one of the things that we're seeing in the industry is really a move more towards the development language itself. So looking at Solidity and saying, how do we look at Solidity and create either a new smart contract language, create tooling on top of Solidity to increase the security of the protocol and security of the smart contract language. So we'll see that evolve. And there's something, lots of protocols are coming out. So I probably would say towards the end of the year, I expect a lot of different security related protocols to come out. And I think that's just the maturity of the industry.
Thank you.
Fine.
Yeah, quick one. On the sci-fi and the DeFi model, is it the central versus the decentralized model? Are we saying, just for clarity, are we saying we're now on the central and we're moving to the decentralized, or those are options that we can build?
Yeah, so the question was around the CeFi and DeFi and sort of the options there and what you can build upon and where we're seeing the trends. So it's more of the tradition, I would say, like if you go back a couple of years, right, we saw a lot of centralized approaches, right? A lot of approaches towards private blockchain, permission blockchain use cases. And on the finance side of it, more of a trust, if you will, in centralized finance, right? A trust in a centralized entity and owning your keys and owning your assets. And with the recent events that has happened in the last probably 3 or 4 months, as well as the big DeFi push that was last year, we're seeing more of a move and an adoption more towards decentralized. So that's not just decentralized finance, it's also public blockchains and permissionless use cases. Now, as a developer, right, when you're building in this space, that's part of the decisions you need to make when you talk about really wallet security and how your users will interact with your product or with your protocol. Do you want them to be the custody of their keys in their wallet, or do you want to partner with a centralized exchange and go through a centralized exchange? It really just depends on the customer base that you're going after and the type of customer that you're looking for. Brandon,
You can take one more. I'm going to switch to get ready for the next one, but feel free. Any last question out there?
On the back end?
How are you thinking about like the limitations of layer 0 or whatever layer 0 might be, and like what are some lighthouse examples in maybe the Web2 world that we can baseline off of?
I would say, so when you're talking about layer 0, right, we often hear layer 0 referred to as a communication protocol or the communication layer underneath. And that's, I think that's a space that's really started maturing probably in the last 5 months or so, really. That we've seen a lot of different protocols come out that are targeting specific interchain communication protocols, or interchain messaging. So it's still very early, and I think we'll have to see how that develops, but there was a recent exploit of one of them. So that's the challenge as well, right? Is as you have more interchain and multi-chain interoperability, how do you also mitigate some of those risks and concerns? We'll see. I think again, towards the end of the year, next year, we'll see a lot more security-related developments and more layer 0 developments too.
Perfect. So, round of applause for Shai for that.
So quick announcement, we do have again lunch right on the outside. You can bring that in. We've got Coinbase and Gitcoin actually on the line here. We're gonna do lunch and learn type of Q&A session. After that session, we'll probably ask a couple of trivia questions so we can get through giving out some prizes and some t-shirts and some books over here. And again, if you've got any things that you were not able to ask, feel free to find any AWS folks or any of the team that's here to support, and we'll go like that. So I'm gonna put the video up on the screen here. I'm gonna join as the moderator. But for the next couple of minutes, feel free to grab lunch. And also, we'll add a row of chairs on the very end. And then for the ones that are empty, feel free to fill it up for all the folks that were standing in the back, just in case you want to sit down. Cool.
The thing that still gets me, and what I'm saying, so there are a couple things that come to mind. And this is not necessarily a question about technology, but sort of the macro, right? I've been in technology for 20 years, right? And so I saw this shift from on-prem to cloud. The amount of friction of guys tearing and taking a server and getting rid of right? Cloud are crazy, right? And frankly, there's so many businesses still on that, right?
Can I sneak in here? Thank you so much.
So, the Web 1 to 2 bridge, still haven't done it. It's not everything. So, again, the question is trust. I went from 6 to 7 promo process where you have to do my things better than I can. And for which why did you try to
And I'm trying to do the ability to compare your background getting what I got.
We have that feature. You have to be on the latest version of it. Maybe that's what you're
we talk about real estate. Real estate transactions. Like the amount of friction to get that onto it on the chain is financial institutions, same thing, right? Why are Visa and Mastercard? Because they transact, they make percentages on the transactions.
Quick question for you. How will we be able to keep up? Is there an expectation of what to do back or is it really a conversation about us? Yeah, it's a conversation.
Kind of roping in. There's going to be a lot of that. So that's more
they're grabbing their lunches right now.
And what are the ethical consequences?
That's what I was getting to. Everybody knows what so my background is I come out of business. I was at BlackRock. I was on the Aladdin side.
Okay.
Making sure that everything's real.
Right.
Yeah. So I helped
Thank you.
I was like, I remember like 6 years ago I had things that I saw. And then like the idea of like a public blockchain at the time. So I would love to like talk to you guys about what you guys
There's 180 people here in that room.
How about if I just like you do with stock? This building
Right.
Now you can
sell off each token as a part.
It allows it to make it secure and then it allows you to also enable the user.
So we gotta, we'll leave the video up for another minute or two, and then once we actually start session,
It takes time. Look, that's not arguing against the technology. I think it's got a more aligned. There are ethical considerations.
I'll see you guys in 2 minutes, right at the top of the hour.
Maybe some of the challenges in some of these hacks and how these networks are talking to one another is the fact that they're still relying on the stage your network exam, right? Like, everything's, so much of that technology on that exam. Not forget the AWS. The previous role I was in, 25 years, 30 years. It's easy.
Yeah, the way that they use
it's all layering on top. It's layering on top. Yeah, you're right.
Maybe it gets more secure if we step away from, GCP.
But it also makes it, it's a rigorous as well, right? We've been for 20, 30 years, so it makes it more rigorous as well, right? Like,
Sure,
you know that it works,
Yeah,
it's
right.
going to work,
It's
going
road
to
tested.
stay this, and it's tested well. But I mean, on the top, you have all of these.
Oh, okay.
Year and a half. Okay. And we've been working a lot with infrastructure teams, helping with next gen architecture, helping them migrating Web new innovations coming out. Actually, they're formally engineering, head of product.
Here we go. You all ready? Thumbs up. Welcome to everybody that's joining the stream. I'm excited to be in the room. I'm excited to be a little bit of public good and social impact.
Nice to meet you.
Thanksgiving here. It says my name is Carl Quickly. I'm Brandon Middleton.
Is there anything that I think we should you were product management.
Can we start with introductions? I'll talk to ladies first. Can you get on the phone to you?
Hi everyone, I'm Linda. I'm part of the company grants team. I help lead the grants program, which will teach you all about it, so don't worry if it's confused. I've been with Bitcoin for the past couple of grants rounds, and prior to that, I was actually not in Web3. I was working at Deloitte running their on-demand talent program, where I became fascinated with DAOs and how you can use external talent to have work be done by a company without having people full-time. And given that, looked at Bitcoin, thought it was an incredible platform that was a mix of supporting a social impact while at the same time funding open source software and doing some really interesting things in the crypto space in a real life way, which was how I ended up going down the rabbit hole and being where I am today.
Beautiful. And in terms of geographically, where are you sitting at right now?
Sitting in Park City, Utah, where I spend the summers, but I am actually based in Austin, Texas, the rest of the year. The plus, over 100 degrees weather right now is not in my ballpark of things that I enjoy, so try and escape for the summers when we can.
Yeah, not a bad place to be. In the tech industry, lots of folks going from East Coast and West Coast down in Texas. So thank you so much, Janine, for being here. And we'll popcorn it over to your teammate, Ben West. Go ahead and take the floor, man.
Hey, right on, thanks. Nice to be here with all of you. Hope you're enjoying your lunch. Looking forward to learning along with you. My name is Ben West. I am the cause round lead at Gitcoin, which is quite an honor and a privilege to be in that role. Really great team, really exciting to be part of this kind of cutting edge of impact work. I'm joining you from Toronto, Canada, and also a cool place to be in terms of tech and the Web3 space. Some of you might know Vitalik, started Ethereum in Toronto, and we're all proud of that. My background's actually in the environmental nonprofit space. I spent most of my career working in various different nonprofit organizations, doing a lot of different stuff related to climate, working with indigenous communities in Canada in particular. And just thrilled to be here with all of you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ben. And last but not least, we'll kick it over to Darren Carter. How you doing, sir? The floor is yours, man.
I'm doing great, thank you. I hope everyone's enjoying their lunch, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, as well as be with our Gitcoin, coworkers as well. So my name is Darren Carter, and next Friday is my 3-year anniversary of Coinbase. So I've been in crypto for 30 years now. I started my career in emerging tech, so I was at Salesforce and Ernst & Young before this, really hosting like the art of the possible days. I think emerging tech and working with really people all over the spectrum just kind of bring to life some of these future opportunities. Currently, I'm a program manager on our Coinbase Giving team, and we invest in partnerships and pilot programs for people who are using blockchain to advance any social cause and doing any social impact out there. Outside of my role here at Coinbase, I love to teach crypto, so I'm also very active in a lot of nonprofit communities, just volunteering my time, making sure that we create the conditions for mass participation and make sure that we have at least some crypto educations out there. And then I also love to travel. So I've spent the past year living as a nomad, no permanent address, left my apartment in San Francisco, currently dialing in from Philadelphia. I'll be in Michigan in a week, and then Morocco a week after that. I'm all over the place.
That's like mic drop, just right there on the intro right there. Thanks so much, Darren, for joining us as well. And maybe the first question I can put out there is, you mentioned like my Gitcoin teammates, right? So there's like an interesting kind of partnership that Coinbase Giving and Gitcoin have. So maybe Darren, I'll kick it to you, and then Janine and Ben, you can chime in on the partnership as well. So like, what's that about?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll even zoom out and just say that we've taken a perspective that we really want to grow this ecosystem of players who are in the social impact space, and especially if they're leveraging crypto. So when I say teammates in Gitcoin, I really do mean that like we're all a part of growing this ecosystem. So thankfully, Coinbase's main function is our grants program, and we're really honored to have contributed $1 million to Gitcoin, the foundation, to help fund some of the amazing infrastructure development that's happening on a few of the protocols that we prioritize. And I just feel like it's an awesome opportunity to create conditions for builders to build with social impact in mind. And Janine, Ben, if you have any other details about the grant specifically, I'm happy to kick it to you, but I just think overall, I'm excited about what we together can do in the ecosystem.
Yeah, so sort of I can give a little bit more there. Essentially, Gitcoin as a whole partners with different players in the crypto ecosystem because we believe in sort of like a positive sum game. And ultimately, Coinbase has been a phenomenal contributor that has given $1 million to multiple different rounds. And what we do is every quarter, we run a large grant round that is broken up into 3 different types of grants. It's the just overall Web3 open source ecosystem, public goods in that space. Then we've got ecosystem rounds specifically with projects and protocols in the space that want to try and build up their community and their projects to overall improve the public goods infrastructure in their specific niches. And then we've got cause rounds, which Ben is our lead for, where we're actually not only just giving back to the Web3 space, but we're looking at public goods as a whole and social impact projects as a whole. So that's across climate, advocacy, decentralized science, and we've done some work with cities, so we did an open round, and we're also doing a DEI round. So with that, we're essentially finding partners that want to contribute to these rounds and help fund projects in these spaces. So Coinbase focused on the Ethereum infrastructure round this past round, and we'll do that again this round. It was a super successful round, supporting 20 projects plus that have all made a massive contribution to the space and actually having people use the Ethereum, like layer 2s and projects on Ethereum that are benefiting and allowing individuals to access the Web3 world as a whole. So really excited to be working with Coinbase on curating that round.
That's amazing. You're talking to like an audience of both, entrepreneurs, folks that dig into the weeds technically, but then also kind of business-minded folks, and I know a lot of us wear our hearts on our sleeves, and we want to do as much as we can to impact the communities and impact the world, but operationally, sometimes it's not like easy to do. So Ben, I'll kick a question about just like, what are the insights that you bring in terms of operationalizing some of this good intent that's been in people's hearts, and you know, how does that shape your outlook and the work that you do at Bitcoin today?
That's a great question, man. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of challenges with conventional grants programs, and you know, in my previous life working with environmental nonprofits, like, you know, so much of our work would just like very much depend on our ability to access funding through foundation funders or individual donors, and that process can be really overwhelming, you know, in terms of just kind of the time and energy required to do a grant program. So a lot of what actually attracted me to Gitcoin was on the donor side, how easy it was to put forward a proposal, and basically the ability for the community to play such a substantial role in determining sort of how funds get allocated. You know, from an operations side on the back end, you know, it is pretty complex. Like, we are dealing with a lot of grantees, a variety of different funding partners, donors. Like, it really is a three-sided market, so to speak, that we're dealing with. And, you know, sort of running that day to day, working with partners around the world in a DAO structure, you know, brings its own sort of interesting challenges. But I mean, I think we found a real balance in terms of the way that we sort of include members of the community in playing an active role in helping to shape our processes, helping to support one another as grantees. And there's different challenges that people face all over the world, you know, in different regulatory environments, you know, different levels of infrastructure that's available or services that are available. You know, so it's very much an iterative process, and, you know, we've actively been seeking more and more partners, you know, from all around the world to sort of help in this process. And that's kind of the beauty of what you can do within a DAO structure, is kind of have the nimbleness and the ability to sort of adapt and evolve, you know, as we sort of see what the market needs, what grantees need. You know, but I think from the outside looking in, you know, our hope is that, you know, most of that is invisible, and the user experience that people have is just relatively seamless, and, you know, they're meeting new people and learning new skills and accessing funding in a way that is, you know, pretty different than traditional grant programs.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Hey, Brandon, I was gonna ask Ben a question. Do you wanna explain a little bit about QF to everyone, just so that they understand sort of what we mean by different structures of funding?
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Janine. So, I mean, the thing that's really novel, well, one of the things that's really novel about the Gitcoin grants program is that it uses this idea of quadratic funding, which the simple way to understand it is it's basically a matching fund, except instead of matching dollar for dollar, like every dollar raised gets matched with $1 donated, say, to Coinbase. You know, what we're actually doing is we're looking at a mixture of the amount of money raised and the amount of people donating. So a simple way to think of it is if you had 10 people giving $10 to one grantee and one person giving $100 to another grantee, you know, both of them would raise $100 from donations, but there's this signaling that you get from the sort of 10 people donating a smaller amount versus the one person donating a bigger amount. So the way quadratic funding would actually work is that, you know, that would result in $20 going to the person with one donor and $80 going to the person with 10 donors. And then you sort of see that at scale within a grants round that has a bunch of different matching partners, a bunch of different people, you know, trying to attract support. And the end result is that you're basically harnessing the wisdom of the crowd to help get a sense of like sort of where the momentum is, where the interest is, and to bring as many people on board as possible to kind of come be a part of it, signaling where they'd like to see matching funds go.
Beautiful. Thanks for putting that in about QF, Janine. You touched on a couple of things, Ben, that make me think, Darren, I'll come to you for this question about like the underserved, maybe the underbanked, the folks that are maybe like outside of the developing world. As you reflect on your 30 years of Coinbase experience, like how have you seen progress be made for like the least of these and like getting folks included, and just equitable access to Web3 and crypto more broadly?
That is a great question. And after my 30 years of toiling here in crypto, I do have some insights. I'll zoom out and kind of just talk more about how the Coinbase Giving portfolio is structured. So we've organized our investments and partnerships along 4 pillars. So first being just access and education in crypto. That's here to 0 to 1, people who are just unaware of this technology and the opportunities that exist with it, and funding programs that help accelerate or diversify that pool of people. So you just create conditions for mass participation. On the other end of the learning spectrum, you have talent and developers. And one way that we've been able to help underserved communities is actually investing in accelerators and bootcamp programs that are based in places like Uganda, Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa. And they've been showing some remarkable results. So one developer bootcamp titled Kuala, they had a cohort, I want to say, let's say 10 engineers. And the proposition is that you're going to take some engineers who are already affluent in Web2 frameworks. You're going to run them through a very intensive 6-week program to not only teach them Web3 concepts, but like learn some of the formalities of working just in corporate America, such as how to run an engineering team and how to do data stand-ups, all these soft skills as well, like that blend. And then at the end of the 6 weeks, we hoped that we could see an 80% placement rate in Web3 opportunities and also a 15% bump in pay. And what we noticed is that within 5 weeks, so sooner than we initially anticipated, students were ready to go and get a full-time role in Web3. And we've seen on the low end, I want to say one of the cohort members doubled their salary, and on the high end, one of the cohort members 5x'd their salary. So we're diversifying where Web3 talent is located. We're also providing economic opportunity. We can talk about getting access to different forms of currency when you're in these particular environments, which might be high inflationary. That's kind of one aspect of where we'd like to give back. And the final piece I would say is just simply banking the unbanked has been a remarkable opportunity. So we see some partners that are in the field in Haiti that are running refugee programs that are helping refugees gain financial access just via a smartphone. And we're running a wide-scale called Borderless Transfers project. So we're giving direct humanitarian aid to them. And we're also working with merchants to put all their inventory on chain, so you can see and measure end-to-end the effectiveness of a program in the field. If you give $1,000 and you want it to go towards food, water, and feminine products, you can actually measure how that moves in the economy. You can create a closed system where you start to reap the benefits of this new economy that you're creating, and you have a more data-driven, verifiable way to prove the effectiveness of your program.
That's super insightful, and I think in the U.S., we're starting to grapple with the meaning of inflation maybe a little bit more as it's ticked up, but in places where war or just instability is a part of daily life, something like crypto is just more of a necessity, and that's all to escape kind of the inflationary effects of what's happening with their currency. So it's great to hear you expound on stuff that's outside of maybe the U.S. context in order to give us a more grounded understanding of how that's going. Janine, I know in our pre-briefs you had mentioned City of Oakland locally, you mentioned Ukraine, kind of outside. Did you have any things that you would want to mention in terms of kind of providing access to the underbanked and context outside of the one that we live in here in the States?
Yeah, I think Cuddy, you just mentioned what we do with Ukraine, and I think this is something that is super exciting about Bitcoin grants is when something happens, we can spin a grant round up pretty quickly. So for example, with the war in Ukraine, it was 2 weeks before our quarterly grant round that was happening, and within those 2 weeks, we did a quick fundraise to get 500K to put towards projects that were Ukraine specific. So it was nonprofits that were somehow supporting and giving back to Ukraine. Didn't need to be, we could quickly give support from the US to projects in Ukraine in an effective way and have others contribute. So kind of just touching on what Ben had mentioned earlier, being a three-way marketplace. So we've got this main pool of donors, so such as Darren from Coinbase, they'll give us a lump, as we said, like $1 million. We've broken that up into 200K for each round. That goes to the matching pool. Then you've got the grantees who are applying for the round. And then, Brandon, you and I could go in as individual donors, and similar to like a Kickstarter page, we could click on and see the grants that we really are interested by and want to have get support. So anyone that was in the Ukraine round could get both from the matching pool, and then individual donors, like everyone in this audience, could have gone on and supported a couple of projects that they were really excited about giving back to that were Ukraine focused. So we've done that with Ukraine. We're doing a lot more work with the Global South. Ben has done a phenomenal life there, and I'm actually from South Africa. So I have thrown in a number of projects into some of our rounds, whether Ben likes it or not, that I'm really excited to get some South Africans on the map. And it's amazing to see the learning opportunities through stuff like Coinbase, and sort of like learning that people can do there, learning what people can do in Rabbit Hole, and seeing that sort of Gitcoin becomes their second step of putting some of those learnings into practice through grants programs.
Lovely, lovely. I was thinking like, for all of the progress that we've made, we should definitely like stop and celebrate. But then the entrepreneurs that are in the room and like a lot of the folks, we celebrate quickly and then we're like on to trying to 10x the next thing. So this next question, Ben, I'll come to you with in terms of what are we missing? Like what's the next frontier? What are things that in this space would be like stepwise improvements in how the entire ecosystem looks at things, how we as individual companies inside of the ecosystem, just give us some thoughts there.
Sure. I'd say there's a variety of different ways to approach this question. There's the constant improvement in things that we're always working on within Gitcoin. And one of the interesting things we're actually about to do is launch a Grants 2.0 platform, which will be basically a forkable version of the Gitcoin Grants platform that people can use and iterate on and experiment with in all kinds of different ways, which I think will unlock all kinds of innovations that we may not even anticipate. There definitely are barriers to entry for lots of folks, as I'm sure everybody's aware. Some of it's just the digital divide on our planet, which we all have a role to play in trying to help move the needle in that regard. And then there's some things that are pretty specific to crypto. We definitely have some folks who just have barriers to access related to sort of the understanding of the technology and sort of support with being able to actually cash out their crypto and turn it into fiat in their local country. And this is one of the things that we really work closely with partners on. It's kind of the beauty of the decentralization as kind of a mantra, because there's only so much we could do ourselves if we try to take it all on ourselves, and we definitely try to do a heck of a lot. But working with, say, for example, some of our partners from a group called RefiDAO, they're working with folks in the Global South with an initiative they're calling Refi South. And there's a group of 70 entrepreneurs, all from emerging markets, you could say, that are getting some assistance to create their Bitcoin grants, to create their first wallets, to sort of do all that stuff. And what we do is we generally just kind of play a role of producing resources and trying to continually sort of make sure that the answers to the questions are available, and we make ourselves available to sort of help be part of those processes. But the more that we can sort of emulate a train-the-trainer model and sort of pass on as much knowledge and perspective as possible, I think that really is where the big unlock is. So I say there's a variety of sort of different categories of obstacles, but we're definitely seeing steps in the right direction in all of them.
And I think a quick plug bit, Gitcoin related, is that for the entrepreneurs in the world, we do have two things that would be interesting to you. One is Kernel. It's a Gitcoin sort of accelerator program, so you can apply to it as a entrepreneur who's interested in building something, and you get a ton of support through the program to build crypto native tools. With that, you can then also, go from being a kernel entrepreneur to then actually applying for Gitcoin grants and getting grant funding through that. So it's a really interesting cycle over there. And then the second is that our original Gitcoin used to be a holdings company, and now it's a Gitcoin Foundation as a DAO. Our holdings company is actually working on a number of projects that'll be dApps that can be built on top of our protocol. And there will be an unlimited amount of things that we'd love to see people build on top of our grants protocol and on top of our passport protocol, which are the two Gitcoin protocols that can be built on. So one thing that I say to like entrepreneurs in the crypto space is there was a small amount of products in Web 2 that have open APIs that you could plug into. So think Shopify apps, think small apps that were on Figma. And in Web 3, that is like 1,000x because all protocols are open source. So you can think about the dApps that you're building on top of those protocols as an interesting place to start.
I love that. And last comment on the calls builders, and please, all builders out there who are building in this space, take advantage of the two opportunities that Janine was saying. I'll just reflect on the idea that the best way to get ideas from all over the world is really just to ask. Like host an innovation challenge or a hackathon, or just host a forum where people can all feel welcome to contribute their ideas at different levels of maturity. I think the most remarkable thing that the Coinbase Giving team has done, one of them, I guess, is not the quote, but one of the things that was really surprising was an innovation challenge that we held specifically for people who don't feel like they're affluent in crypto, right? If you are a carpenter, or if you're a dentist, or you're just an everyday person, like we want to hear how you think blockchain can significantly impact your field. And we had some remarkable entries from a Native American reserve that's leveraging blockchain technology to build a self-sustaining solar community, to a person who's conceptualized radio wave frequencies, a blockchain that can be built for less than $30 and it can service all of Uganda. And these are everyday people that have just come up with ideas. So take these calls to action seriously, even if you don't think that you have the chops yet, because as you play in the stage, you learn.
Yeah, those are some great examples. And I want to lean into like a leadership principle that we hold at Amazon as learn and be curious, to do a little bit of a lightning round. So kind of off script a bit, I'll go around the room and tell the audience maybe a fun fact about yourself and like how you actually kind of mustered up the courage to dive into this space with maybe a traditional background or traditional career path behind you. So fun fact and like how you stumbled to or intentionally found your way in the space. So again, we'll go ladies first.
Knew that was happening. Brandon. Well, I've actually got a pretty good story there. So I got super interested in crypto in 2017 and had no idea how to get into the space, but I really liked the vibes of Ethereum as a whole. So I randomly volunteered for the ETH Denver conference and worked the door there. And essentially, I was one of 7 women that were at the conference at the time, which meant that I could actually get access to speaking to a bunch of people. And at the time, I was standing at Deloitte's on-demand talent program, which essentially was how Deloitte could access freelancers in a like 72-hour period versus what the average was of 60 days to find freelancers to get work done. And in doing that, I stumbled upon Kevin Owaki, who was speaking at the conference, and he's also the Bitcoin founder. And at the time, they only had a bounties program, so it was very aligned to the work I did. I had no idea about Ethereum as a whole. I could only speak to on-demand talent, so I sort of spent my entire time with him since at least I had something of interest to offer him that was Web 2, but could be kind of connected to the Web 3 world. And that sort of led to me working with Bitcoin in the long term. So all that to say is like, be curious, attend random events that you wouldn't have gone to otherwise, and know that you've probably got a skill set and an expertise in an area that is super valuable to someone in Web3. So don't be scared to bring that to the table.
Wise words and improvised too. That was so good. Like, I'm glad that I asked you to go first. So Ben, we'll go over to you. Same question. Like, how'd you muster up the courage to find your way into this space? And then just fun fact that folks that might not know about you.
Sure. I actually love telling this story. So I was first introduced to crypto by a friend who was mining Bitcoin in the back of a yoga studio in 2012 or 13. This was in Vancouver, and I was actually looking for a venue for an environmental event and went to go check out this yoga studio, and he had set up a contraption on the back of his mining rig to dehydrate fruit with waste heat. And he just thought I might be interested in this fruit dehydrator he'd set up. So he showed me that, which started us talking about Bitcoin and crypto. And you know, I saw it as kind of this counterculture, sort of interesting emerging technology. You know, I think very different perception of kind of what Bitcoin mining looks like compared to what it looks like today. You know, happening literally on somebody's personal computer. And like just kind of fell in love with the concept at the time, and actually first wrote about crypto as related to climate as sort of a means for financing renewable energy projects in 2015. Started attending conferences and stuff, and like that just kind of led me down this road. One thing led to another, and I met some really interesting people. And actually that same friend who's not shockingly surprising, he's an angel investor today. You know, has continued to sort of point me towards some interesting projects, and you know, and I discovered Gitcoin actually in the early days because of an interest in open source technology. So yeah, in a roundabout sort of way, you know, it actually took me a while to start working full time in this space, but you know, was sort of peripherally around the edges, quite interested, and it was actually DAOs that kind of brought me into working full time in the space. You know, as the idea of decentralized organizations, you know, became sort of more of a reality instead of just an idea, I got involved in a variety of different DAOs, and Gitcoin just, you know, was really doing amazing things. And you know, so I started out by volunteering, actually on the first climate round in our grants round 12. We're just about to be ranked round 15 in September, starting the 7th of September. Small plug there. But yeah, so that's my story. And fun fact, beyond that, at one time in my life, I was a professional juggler.
Wow. I can't even think about how Darren's going to top that. But maybe while he thinks about it, it's cool because there's a lot of people who are in the room that have a lot of knowledge, and then there's a lot of people who are, you know, maybe grappling with that same question about, you know, should I break in? How can I break in? I'm new to this, so this is why this lightning round question kind of makes a little sense for the folks that are in the room. So, Darren, yeah, curious about how you found your way into it, you know, 31 years ago, and then also, you know, fun fact that folks might not know about you.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't follow up those amazing stories and those amazing fun facts. I'm gonna do my best to tell my my story and my journey here to crypto. It actually started, let's say, 5 years ago when I was here in Philadelphia. I was working at Ernst & Young. I was responsible for these art of the possible events. So I was always involved in emerging technologies. Blockchain was really just one of the many technologies on our docket. I was also working with like drones and fleets of drones and some other, you know, conversational chatbots. Anyways, we had a whole portfolio. I just had this feeling that if I want to be closer to emerging tech, I need to move to San Francisco. So I was talking with my employer about moving to San Francisco. Eventually, Salesforce was the opportunity that allowed me to go coast to coast. And I was really stubborn with my budget. I was like, I'm going to go to San Francisco. I'm going to find this small apartment for $700 a month. And like, I'm going to just keep my affiliate expenses. I'm going to just go to San Francisco, live this California dream. And I moved to California in August. It was freezing cold. I was one of 5 people in this tiny house because I was so stubborn on my budget. But that was the best thing that I could have done because it was this blending of talents from all over the world. One of my roommates was from the UK. Another roommate was a coder at a Google X spinoff, and he just couldn't stop talking about Bitcoin and Ethereum nonstop. So that really put it on my radar. I was interested. Together, George and I started a podcast. I call him Curious George because he was remarkably more curious than I was. We started a podcast following all the developments in crypto. and I realized I have a passion for this emerging technology, as well as like kind of spreading the gospel and really having conversations about it out loud. So eventually the opportunity at Coinbase came up and matched with my skill set in security compliance. And I was really drawn to the mission of economic freedom. Because as a minority in this country, I felt like I'm incrementally not going to be able to make a large difference, but this is a technology that can have an exponential impact on the world. And if you really want to be in it, you have to build. So I wanted to be an early builder. I was able to jump a little bit sooner than most, and was just more comfortable with risk at that point. And ever since then, it's been a wonderful 3 years or 30 years in crypto. And I'll end it on a fun fact, and then maybe Janine, you'll like this one as well. So I studied abroad in South Africa, which is where I first kind of scratched my bug for social impact. I was working under Gary Marsden on a project on responsible water resource management in Cape Town. And they were trending towards day zero at the time. So that was my first interaction in the community and my first opportunity to understand how the power of the dollar changes globally. And my travel kind of informed my my excitement about why crypto matters. But long story short, while I was there, I also was a radio DJ at the University of Cape Town, and I had my own show called The Foreign Exchange, where I would talk about topics like this. So,
I love that.
So cool. Things that we didn't even plan. We like improvised all that, folks, for everybody that's in the room. It's like that was not on the sheet. That's awesome. So let's maybe for the next 10 or so minutes before we wrap this thing, just talk about kind of futurism and the things that you're working on in the immediate future, the places that you're hoping kind of crypto, Web3, philanthropy, public digital good will be going. And with that, we can probably put a pin in it and let you guys get on. So, yeah, that's.
Does anybody have any questions?
And quick fun fact as you were talking, Darren. My origin story into this was probably 5 years ago as well. And
nobody has any questions they want to ask? But you have a question.
Nate was on the docket for later today, and I used to work at Microsoft. And I remember him mentioning it a while back. There's a guy who taught a class at this nonprofit called Street Code Academy that's here in East Palo Alto, named Robbie Greenfield. And in 2013, he was playing around with Bitcoin, and there are a few people that I just wish I would have listened to like all those years ago. But it's just like he paid for his house in crypto. He paid for all of his cars in crypto. He bought his mom's house in crypto. So it's like, man, if you would have just listened. But I feel
that's a remarkable story. If I may add to that,
sure.
Remarkable that you and I both know Robbie, because he's phenomenal. He's actually helping run the project that we're working in Haiti, so 1,500 Haitian refugees there. And then with Nate, yes, he's also somewhat helped me on my journey here in crypto. So it's a very small world when you're working in this space. And that's why, again, the perspective is like we are an ecosystem of people who are all driving towards better outcomes for crypto. And I really appreciate all the stewards who are here in crypto, making sure that like this isn't just financialized, right? That's not the only perspective or the only thing that brings it value. The price is trite, and even if the particular token wasn't valued at whatever dollars, I feel like the technology itself is extremely impactful.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better. So to everybody in the room that's watching this, like the power of community and the power of networking and being vulnerable, going into that house with 5 other people, best decision you ever made a decade later. So feel free to take chances in this space, and it'll pay dividends. So sorry for that tangent. Let's go to the futurism question. Janine, I'll come back at you, and maybe just one hot take from each of you on like what you're hoping for most in the future, near term and then longer term for maybe the next generation.
Yes, I mean, for Gitcoin, short term and near term, I'm just really hoping that we can launch this grants protocol and really scale what we're doing. I think there are a few areas in Web 2 where incentives align across the board for all players in the marketplace, and I think it goes back to Taryn's point about just the value of crypto as a whole. and just kind of how powerful this technology is. Like our team is stoked and feels like they're incentivized correctly to work on the project. The large donors like Coinbase feel like they are thriving because they can use Bitcoin to access and improve the broader community and ecosystem. The individual grantees are stoked because they're getting funds to build public goods, so things that are available to and accessible to everyone in the space. And then the individual donors, like myself, or Brandon, if you were to donate to a project, feel really empowered to support projects that they really care about. So there's this incredible flywheel in crypto that I've never seen in any marketplace otherwise. I've worked with a lot of different marketplaces in Web2. So I'm excited to scale the Gitcoin Grants protocol as we launch that short term. And long term, kind of this ties back into a fun fact that I didn't share, but I run a cul-de-sac community in Austin. So we've got 16 couples that live within 4 blocks of one another, and we're sort of building resources and support for one another. It's like kind of why not have college while you're older type thing. And I'm having a blast doing that. And what I would love to see long term in crypto is just that it helps incentivize communities to invest in one another, because the incentive models are really aligned to do that.
That's awesome. And for those not familiar with the cul-de-sac community terminology, you want to just double click into kind of defining what that is?
Yeah, so essentially, it's not commune, because we're not all living together, and it's not co-living happening. But what we have done is 16 couples all live in the same tiny little neighborhood in Austin, and we've built essentially a community center / workspace for all of us. We're sharing resources together, so some of the parents who've got kids are actually sharing nannies, and then on top of it, like, we're looking at different resources that we all share together. So it's been a ton of fun. We always have an event once a week as a community, and it's something that I really hope more people can do, and if anyone is excited about learning how to do it, happy to help.
Beautiful. Look at us redefining governance, redefining family, redefining community. That's awesome. All right, Ben,
That's a tough one to top there, because I very much vibe with what you're talking about, Janine, in terms of communities, finding ways to support themselves and each other. I think that's really great. And I guess I would echo that in the context of climate work and impact-oriented work just in general. Some of the properties of blockchain technology or distributed ledger technology, like just removing middlemen that are not necessarily needed, and like greater transparency so that you know where funds are going. I'm just already seeing so many exciting and inspiring projects where like money's being put directly into the hands of, like, say, small-scale farmers in Latin America, or folks in various parts of the African continent. I'm actually super curious to hear more about a couple of those projects that you mentioned, Darren. We're gonna have to follow up after this because I'm super curious to hear about that. But like, just these like opportunities for microgrids and for, services like Uber that, remove the middleman, so more of that money goes directly to the drivers. Like, we see a lot of these projects at their very early stage in Gitcoin, and I guess in the sort of near term, like there's been a bunch of projects like Uniswap or whatever that got their start on Gitcoin and have now become these huge protocols. I'm really excited to see some of these climate projects and DEI projects and other sort of social impact oriented projects become kind of the next set of these big protocols that are like really having an outsized impact and like empowering thousands of people in various places around the world. So I mean, I guess it's just kind of seeing what emerges, from kind of the possibility and potential of all this interoperable, composable, technology that gets me really excited. And having spent many years trying to sort of unlock solutions, and particularly in the climate space, it just feels like there's something very new and exciting kind of brewing in this kind of innovative new space that has an excitement around it that is not like something I've seen in the space in the 20 years doing climate-related work. So yeah, that just keeps me fired up about coming to work every day.
Beautiful, beautiful. And before I go to Darren, we did have an audience question that asked about the best way to engage you all's grant rounds on the fintech building side. So folks that are interested in building for fintech, would you just point them to like Gitcoin, your website, and then just have them click in a particular area in order to learn more information?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, just going straight to Gitcoin grants and essentially go into view grants and then create grant. And on that page in the next 2 weeks, you'll see an onboarding document for grantees that you can go through in detail. That'll just kind of outline everything that you would need if you are a builder. And Darren, I'll send you, Brandon, I'll send you a doc that has all of our details of who to reach out to and how in this chat.
Set up for me too.
It's in the chat, Darren, it's there.
And Darren, maybe before you go into the futurism question, like if that same person wanted to engage kind of Coinbase giving team and were interested in building like fintech technology or applications, do you all mostly deal in granting kind of capital, or do you have programs that they could actually build stuff?
Yeah, there's a few different avenues that we have, and I'll be candid and say that right now there's a lot of uncertainty, so we're on pause with new external grants at like the institutional caliber. But we do have our developer grants program where we support people who are building open source protocols. And I believe there's a link if you search like Coinbase developer grants. And we use, I want to say like 2 rounds a year. We usually support about 10 developers there. So that's still an avenue that we encourage people who are building open source to explore. And we also have, I'll open source our portfolio of grantees just to like let people know who we've been working with and just potentially share more potential great projects out there.
Excellent. So whoever in the room asked that question, I'll find you after this session and follow up to make sure that was a decent answer, and put you guys in touch with each of these guys afterwards. But Darren, yeah, take us home with the futurism and
future,
and we'll be able to wrap it there.
All right. I will say I'm really excited about what Gitcoin is doing as a platform. Like the scale of your impact is amazing. So shout out to you both and like the whole rest of the team. Personally, I've met Kevin as well, and was just kind of like greenpilled at one of the conferences. So I will say the topic of regenerative finance, I think, is something that's going to take society by storm over the next couple of years. So traditional finance is you really measure the outcome in terms of financial aspects. Regenerative finance expands on this idea that money can be programmable, and we can be intentional about other outcomes in the equation, such as impact of climate, impact of culture and society. And I think that school of thought is going to serve society so much better than just the traditional financial sense. It's better aligned incentives. And Ben, Jeanine, I'm sure this is something we both talk about in depth. So regenerative finance and programmable money, I'm really excited about that. And then the final piece here is I just feel like history is going to repeat itself. For people who travel a lot, you probably observed that there are societies that completely leapfrog this infrastructure for our telephones and just cable and wire and all of that, and just leapfrog straight to smartphones, and like that is their gateway to everything. And I think that the same is going to happen when it comes to financial infrastructure. That communities have the opportunity to onboard straight to DeFi, and we don't have this period of the reason that the traditional banking infrastructure hasn't permeated is because it's not easy, and you have to formalize, modernize, and mature these financial structures in different contexts. So I just think in the future, DeFi is also going to play a huge role in the developing world.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with us for 45 minutes. Got a little bit of audience participation. We got a lot of our pre-planned questions out there and answered. And hopefully for the folks that are in the room, they were able to see kind of how taking a chance in this space and how not having the full plan is still okay when you're walking into Web3 and crypto land. So on behalf of all the folks in the room, sending all the good energy and positivity and the love all the way to you in Toronto, Ben, to you, Jeanine, and also Aaron. So we can find each other on LinkedIn if you're interested in connecting there. I'm sure each of them are fine with that. And hopefully you'll be seeing some of the participants today in your future grant rounds and like in your inboxes to ask about these social impact and these public benefit programs here. So with that, we will say peace out for now and just say thank you for your time, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks, Brandon.
Thanks, Brendan.
All right, thanks guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Take care, everyone.
So we're going to take a short break here, but at 1 o'clock we're going to start a panel discussion on Web3 and digital and security. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Is Todd Chapman out there? Todd Chapman. Okay, we're micing up all the moderators and the speakers.
gonna tell me when to go? Like it's close to 1. Little one now.
Let me
know.
I'll join you on stage here. All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. It is 1 past 1 o'clock, so we're gonna get ready to start our next panel. I'm gonna do like they did in kindergarten. If you can hear the sound of my voice, give me 1 finger. If you can hear the sound of my voice, give me 2 fingers. World peace, world peace, world peace. All right, so again, I'm Brandon Middleton, FinTech AM here at AWS. Thank you for hanging out with us thus far. Hopefully you've learned a bunch, you smiled a bunch, you've got some good food in you. This is our Web3 and security and safety panel. I'm gonna hand it off to my teammate and colleague Wale here to kick us off, but yeah, any questions that you guys have, we'll try to weave them in through the second half of the presentation. We've got an illustrious panel of folks who've accomplished some pretty amazing things and got some pretty interesting backgrounds as well. So again, in the spirit of community and just relationship building and learning, feel free to engage. And yeah, I'm gonna pass this thing over to Wale. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Brandon. Can everyone hear me?
You gotta press the red button here.
Pushing hard. All right, good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Wale Amani. I'm a principal at
Just give me a mic here.
Hello? Well, wonderful, much better. Again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wale Amani. I'm a principal with AWS. I've been with AWS over 10 months. Prior to AWS, I was an associate partner at IBM. And prior to that, I worked at Accenture as a management consultant. Again, super excited to be here. I'm a lifelong security practitioner. Joined here with a number of really distinguished colleagues here. So what I would do very quickly would be to hand it down, have Sarah here, Snickerdoodle, do a quick intro of yourself, and then going into maybe a quick origin story about your journey, what you've done, and of course we're going to work our way back into some of the primitives that we're seeing currently around security, Web3, and blockchain applications. I'll start with you.
Sure, mic check. Okay, hi everyone, my name's Todd, CTO currently at Snickerdoodle Labs. Been there for a few months now. A little about my background. I'm an aerospace engineer by trade. I did 3 degrees in aerospace, including a PhD focused on computational fluid and structural dynamics, distributed memory algorithms, that kind of stuff. And when I got introduced to blockchain around 2017, I got really interested from a computational perspective about the trustlessness and the permissionless aspects of blockchain, and that was enough to convince me to go into the Web3 space. Since I got into the area, I've worked on layer 2 payments, state channel based layer 2 payments, scalable, event-driven production of NFT digital assets, digital identity, lots of stuff. And so getting to join the Snickerdoodle team has been a real privilege. I get to bring all the things I'm interested into one company. So it's a little bit about my background.
Francisco?
Yeah, thank you. Can you guys hear me? Like on Zoom, right? Can you guys see my screen? Francisco here. I'm the director of product at Unchained AI. We're AI-powered Web3 security and risk management company based in San Jose, California. I've been with the company for 50% of the life of the company. We just celebrated our 4-year anniversary last week. We had everybody flying in and meeting them in person the first time. It was pretty fun. I also come from the aerospace sector, right? As Todd, we're just discussing that in aerospace, you see stuff, you start working on stuff, and 10 years after, you see them coming out. And in crypto, if you're not shipping in 2 weeks, you're late. So we have that shared story. I'm originally Italian. I came for my grad school around here, studied across the bridge in Berkeley. And then around 2 years ago, I joined Unchained.
That's a brief story. On Chain, we raised four rounds of financing so far, 3 rounds actually. We're in a healthy path to the next one. We started working we serve 3 main sectors, public sector, government, and law enforcement regulators. We serve financial institutions and crypto businesses, right? We have a range of products ranging from preventatives to post-incident solution for Web3. That's a brief story about myself and on-chain.
Thank you, Francisco. Nick?
Yeah, thank you folks for having me here. First of all, it's really nice to be in front of this community of builders. My name is Nick Chibutariu. I am the SVP of Engineering at NASDAQ, overseeing enterprise architecture, artificial intelligence, and R&D. And digital assets falls under my remit in R&D. I've been interested in working in crypto for quite some time professionally. Prior to NASDAQ, which I'm assuming everyone knows who we are as a company, I was at PayPal as the CTO of Venmo at first, and then the CTO of PayPal Product Tech, where I had the pleasure of shipping crypto for Venmo and crypto for PayPal, which were both milestone events in digital assets, and they continue to legitimize the space. I was at Amazon before that, so it's nice to see some familiar faces. I spent 5 years at Amazon working in various product units. I was the head of engineering for Amazon Search at the time. Then I went to lead engineering teams in Alexa messaging. I was actually one of the first folks to work, on Alexa. So that was a really exciting time. And then wrapped up my tenure at Amazon working in CloudDrive. And before that, I was at Microsoft, working mostly in their developer division. I think just blockchain period, not crypto digital assets, but blockchain I think is one of the greatest innovations of my lifetime. It has so many practical applications just beyond the movement of money. And I'm really excited to be here with you folks to talk about that.
Thank you, Nick. And my brother, Chief CK.
Thank you. Really excited to be here. I'm CK Umachi, co-founder and VP of Business Development for Convex Labs. Convex is a crypto-native R&D innovation network, which is pretty early on in that portion of the company. What that means essentially is we build a bunch of really cool products based on a lot of really in-depth research in the space. So right now there's a big focus on security and vulnerabilities. We have a lot of expertise in blockchain forensics, so that kind of led us down this initial path. But big picture vision in the future that we also will be able to help other people also build really impactful core protocols in the space. My background, I got into the crypto space back in 2017. My younger brother just happened to live next door to some people who were starting to get into the space. He'd go out and hang out, and they would talk to him about all this crypto stuff, and he would come back and report it to me like, hey man, you gotta check this out. Definitely thought it was a scam, told him to get all of his money out of there ASAP. Long story short, he won out, and even today I'm like telling him he should pivot a lot of his time as well. After that, I ended up, crazy enough, working at Pacific Gas and Electric, the utility company headquarters right down the street. I was able to join the team there in 2018, focused on how blockchain could be used for the future of the energy grid. Really interesting stuff, but then of course, if you live in the area, the wildfires happen, bankruptcy happened, and they kind of deprioritize some of the fun stuff. So after that, I went to Stanford, got my MBA. It's actually where I met all my co-founders. We were all the leaders of the Stanford Blockchain Club. Most of us graduated in June, and so we're all full-time running and building a lot of the stuff that we've been kind of iterating on at our time there.
Wonderful. So, as a security practitioner and lifelong security practitioner, we came up with a ton of questions. So I think what I do want to start off with would be to have almost everyone, if you can, I wouldn't try to be too organic with this, have you all answer this question. It's a series of questions. So I think starting off with traditional things that we do from a web security standpoint for Web3. Right now, I feel like we're at that inflection point between Web 2 and Web 3, almost like a 2.5, where some of the biggest hacks, as we know, have all happened on your traditional infrastructure, web application firewalls and that kind of stuff. And I'll go through some of the questions that I want to ask here, and then you guys can opine on it and give me some of your perspectives. We know bug bounty programs are one of the myriads of ways that we can use to manage security challenges. Smart contract assessments is another big one. Giving auditors, making them accountable from a liability standpoint, getting into more complicated AI-based solutions. So, and then of course get into SDLCs and that kind of stuff. So from your perspectives, what are, with your examples and your experiences with customers, maybe give us a journey through how you allowed and evangelized the proper cyber hygiene for your clients, and how do you make them really realize that, hey, you absolutely need to take security seriously. So anyone, you guys can go at it, and anyone can be the first one to take this question.
I can start.
Francisco, go
Yeah,
for it.
sure. When you look at security, right, of course, there's a lot of different things, right, regarding security. This is an umbrella term that has a lot of different verticals there. How we approach security, right, at Unchained, and our focuses are on 3 buckets, right? One is like code security, one is payment security, transaction security, and the third one is infrastructure security. When it comes to code security, you guys have all seen NFTs, DeFis, you've all heard of like vulnerabilities and hacks being exploited. How do you make sure, like our main objective there is making sure that whenever like a customer deploys a smart contract, as we've seen, they're immutable, right? They're there, cannot be changed. So really make sure that before you deploy it, right, you've gone through like a very extensive security audit, trying to find vulnerabilities in that smart contract, making sure that the code that you're actually deploying and it's immutable is actually well written. There's no known vulnerabilities, no re-entrancy attacks, kind of like vectors there. So that is on the code security, right? Make sure that
Francisco, sorry to interrupt you. Is that just static or continuous? Like, what do you?
It's a combination of the two, right? We when we do kind of like these kind of audits, right? We go through both static, continuous, and try to understand also the business logic. If like the smart contract you're deploying is doing what it's supposed to be doing, right? We have health checks after the smart contract is deployed as well, right? So that's kind of more on the continuous side of thing. Once it's deployed, is there anything sketchy going on there? Like that's another thing that we do. Moving towards like the transaction security side of things. Say that there's a hacker, right, that just stole $100 million, right, from a DeFi protocol, and or a layer one, and they're actually we're investigating one of these right now. How do you make sure that that person is not interacting with any other decentralized applications or decentralized exchanges or NFT projects, whatever, right? So how do you track that money flow through smart contracts, through NFTs, through DeFis, to make sure that you find first of all, to make sure that you can potentially identify that money, that dirty money, to interact before it interacts with like one specific application, right? We built like an AI-powered risk engine and a tracing engine that allows us to do all that tracing through complicated like swaps, complicated NFT purchases or whatever, right? So that is one thing, right? We basically like assign a risk score to every wallet on the chain before they interact, so that if you're running, for example, an NFT application or DeFi protocol, right? You can screen all wallets that are trying to interact to make sure that they're not holding dirty money. And the third one, right, is like on the infrastructure security. That's pretty similar to like Web 2, right? Have you done your penetration testing, right? Your consensus algorithm like Solid, right? And all this kind of stuff. So this is kind of like how we approach security and how we evangelize it to our customers when we talk to them. But
Todd, do you want to take a shot at it too?
Yeah, sure. So, at Snickerdoodle Labs, we're building a decentralized data platform that's enabling incentivization of end users to share insights about their data with the companies that they're using their products. Our beachhead is Web3 gaming. And the way we approach security in our particular use case, right, with our customers being the companies that want to learn business intelligence about their end users. The logic goes like this. Well, there's GDPR data regimes, there's all kinds of data regimes that you really don't want to get on the wrong side of. And so really being in direct possession of end user PII is a risk. And so our platform that we're building is saying, look, you can still get all the insights about your end user, but you're never going to be in possession of PII. So that's our security mindset in terms of what we're building at Snickerdoodle Labs. We're trying to say, look, let's de-risk how you gain insight about your end users by making end users the one who is in possession of their own data. So that you can never be crossways with these data regimes where it can be pretty tricky if you're a cash-strapped, time-strapped startup to build out a system to do intelligence gathering on your end users. That's how we think about security in our particular application. It's about data.
Nick, CK?
Boy, I have a lot of thoughts on this. So what's interesting is security is and trust, specifically in digital assets, is one is nascent and two is evolving, and trust and security continue to be the things that plague this industry the most. And if you look at the traditional players in CFI, this is one of the, because their technology is mostly antiquated, but this is one of the things that they got right. And it's through just a lot of experience in doing the right things. Security is, to secure something takes a combination of things. To me, it's tech and process. So, Francisco alluded earlier to infrastructure security. Cover the basics. If you look at the Axie attack, for instance, going through how that vulnerability was, how they were compromised. They ended up compromising, 5 validator nodes, and one that had a backdoor open through a third-party vendor that they just left open. An IT audit would have caught that. How did they get that far in the first place? Why did they compromise RPC nodes? Encrypt your nodes. Look at your environments. Use the right protocols. Use, since we're at AWS, use KMS. To protect your keys. Most companies use a multi-layered approach that consists of both tech, risk engines, policy engines, etc. Red team testing, both internal and external penetration testing. That's done by either internal teams or third-party teams, as well as professionals that take this job seriously. And I can't stress this enough. Your customer, when you have your customer's data in your hands, that's the most important thing. Start just the basics in security. Start with least privileges allowed and work your way up from there. If you at least do that, you can get it halfway right.
You hit on the most vulnerable, I think. Bridges have been a common attack vector for a lot of the hacks we've seen recently. So that's, we can have an entire session on bridge security. But CK, same question.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things about the space to me is when you talk about blockchain as a core technology, one of the things we typically talk about is the fact that the blockchain is trustless. You don't have to go back and verify that the transactions that were processed were accurate. The network takes care of that. But then as you start to look at it in how we actually interact with the Web3 space, there are a lot of vectors, and there's a lot of ways to take advantage of individuals who are using this space. So I spend a lot of time thinking about this from a consumer standpoint. And for most people out there, you're kind of navigating through a space that you're hoping that you understand what you're doing well enough to where you're not falling prey to a lot of these things. But even for folks who, I think one of the issues is most people don't know what to look out for. So as a consumer in this space, as I'm navigating, I have my MetaMask wallet, the message comes out, says sign this transaction. most of us just assume that we are doing what we're supposed to be doing. We clicked the right button, we understood that was going on. And even if you do know what to look out for, getting those answers is a lot easier said than done. So I think those kind of the two big areas in the space. And on top of that, the incentives in this space are just so ripe for people to want to take advantage. There's a lot of people who are honestly in the space because they see a gold rush, they see a lot of ways to make money, and of course they're going to take a little bit more risk to where the risk that I was taking in the Web2 space, heck no, I'm not doing that. That's clearly a scam. But in Web3, oh yes, I can 100x my money in a day. Let me go ahead and throw my money in there. And we've kind of fallen, I think, as a space for that trap. How I look at the space generally is that for us to reach mass adoption, like we talk about, we all want to hit mass adoption. There are just some core things that we need to fix. I think you said it, you hit it on the nail, Nick, trust. How do you make sure that you are trusting the right things as you're interacting with the space? And then on top of that, just user experience, to the concept of like we're navigating space without really fully understanding what we're interacting with. It goes beyond just like the security piece of it, just like how do I just even know what I'm interacting with? So I think over the next X number of years, that's definitely a place that the space needs to continually invest in. And we definitely need to figure out how to make it as easy as possible for the Web3 users to come in and not be scammed, not fall prey to these things, because you're going to turn a lot of people off very quickly.
So that's a great segue to my next question, because I shared this in New York with a team where I'm a 15, almost 20-year cybersecurity professional, and I still get terrified when I click on links when I'm playing on MetaMask where, okay, you could lose a significant amount of assets if you click on the wrong link. So again, there's no fail-safe. I think all the security hygiene techniques you guys alluded to are critical. But back to your question around, your comment around adoption, because I think when my parents my dad's 83, and he still struggles with working a typical computer. And we're, at AWS, we obsess with the customers. Like, we think about our customers first, and we work our way back to solving solutions for them. So this concept of adoption and mass adoption, where, again, we're all tech savvy, with tech professionals, we still think about all the technical gymnastics we need to go through to move assets on the blockchain, really technical stuff. So question to the panel, like, what are your thoughts around this grandma-proof type ecosystem where your mom, your grandmother is just comfortable moving things around on a blockchain network. She's not saving private keys. She's not saving 12 questions or 12 passphrases. So what are the things? So again, taking it from a AWS ethos again, where we think about our customers, we obsess over them. So take me through a journey through how you guys walk through that journey where we get to mass adoption for some of the challenges we're seeing in this space.
Well, I can tell you about one of the baby steps we're taking at Snickerdoodle Labs to try to help towards mass adoption. Story that happened in our company, actually. One of our really savvy, Web3 savvy employees got scammed by Google ad. So they had a homograph attack. They were gaming the Google ads, and they clicked on what they thought was, I don't know if it was Uniswap or something like that, but spelling was slightly different. Looked exactly like the app they were trying to land on. It was obviously not. Took all our money in their MetaMask. So they got us thinking, how could we have prevented that? Well, the form factor that our particular product is going to take at launch is actually going to be a browser extension. So we built what we're calling a scam filter. I kind of pitch it as like McAfee for Web3, but not as crazy as McAfee. But it'll actually tell you if you are on a verified D app, it'll pop open a nice, cute little notification, kind of like a Twitter blue check mark, like, yep, you're on the right one. And if it detects you're on something that has been homographed, it'll say, you probably meant to go to this one, and it'll redirect you to the correct website. And we've A/B tested this with a number of individuals that are both, differing levels of sophistication in terms of how much they understand about Web3, and it seems to go over well. So that's one of the little steps we're taking towards trying to help with Web3 adoption and getting people to trust what it is that they're using.
BK, Nick?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I think Todd's point, that's a great one. I think that's the approach a lot of people are taking right now is you should be building tools that basically provide guardrails for people as they're navigating the space, so they don't fall into fall prey. So like they don't go to the wrong website, or they don't interact with the wrong address that's known to be linked with phishing and whatnot. So I think that's going to be huge. And then the other piece of that is just the user experience. Like, how do we simplify some of this stuff so I'm not having to understand that the 0x's and all this kind of stuff that like most people don't, you're not gonna have 0x59 in your phone when you're calling people and whatnot. So I think we need to figure out just how to dumb it down. So like things like ENS, I think that's a big advancement in just like simplifying. If I want my wallet public and everybody's into my wallet, I might as well just make it as simple as something that can be easily tied back to me. So I think these kind of ideas, how do you simplify it so that people aren't having to make as big of a leap as I'm going to sign my message or sign my transaction?
I'm going to piggyback on what you said about simplicity and what Adewale referred to, with the example of his dad, because I have a familiar example. My mom is 80 years old. I'm not going to list her age because then I won't be alive. But she actually asked me. She said, son, like what is this Bitcoin stuff? And I'm sitting here trying to explain it to somebody that's used fiat currency like all her life, and I must not have done a very good job of explaining it because she pulled out a $5 or $10 bill and she said, son, you see this? I understand this. Like, this I get. But I don't understand these electrons that transform into money, and you've got to bridge that gap. If you're like, you cannot just address one audience segment and call that good enough. Like the people that are winning in this space and the companies that are winning in this space make things dead simple and win a trust, and taking aside the, my crypto, my keys versus, somebody else holds your keys. Like regardless of what you're building, it's gotta be incredibly simple to understand. And it has to be as secure proof as you can make it, because the day you lose, that trust, it's, traditionally, and lots of research in fintech supports this, you're unlikely to get it back.
And to add on top of that, right, I think the companies that will really be successful in this are going to be the one in order for those companies to reach mass adoption and the industry in general to reach mass adoption, right? We need to abstract as much as possible that blockchain layer, right? You can expect that my mom or my dad are going to be, doing. I don't think they're ever going to be doing like DeFi transactions, right? You're gonna somehow. There's a lot of work still needed on UI UX on these websites to abstract as much as possible that blockchain layer. That is when we're going to be reaching mass adoption. But to add on top of Todd's point, right? You mentioned like DNS, checking that DNS is the verified one. Say that you're not able to catch that, right? You can still catch that on the smart contract level, right? There's hundreds of copycats of like Bored Ape Yacht Club. There's hundreds of them, right? So we actually need to work together on this, because if you guys are doing on the DNS, we'll do that on the smart contract level. But
we're already brokering partnerships here. So I'm going to go back to you, Nick. Specifically, Nick, it's a good question for you. So we know that NASDAQ, a good ton of their workloads are on secure AWS infrastructure. Now, I kind of want to get into the space where understanding what your customer needs are and how do you do that proverbial Web2 requirements. How does that map into Web3 type use cases? What are your customers seeing? What are they demanding of you? And what as you as a leader in your organization, what are the things you guys are doing to enable that effectively digital transformation where customers are knocking on your doors, they need a better, faster way to engage? And what are the things that you guys are seeing, and how are you translating those into requirements?
Our customers are pretty consistent in what they ask for, and have been. They want innovation in capital markets, and we've given them that as a company for 50 years. And if you look at who we are as a company, like we function in an environment where downtime can't happen. There's no such thing as as downtime. Our performance is measured in mics. It's in nanoseconds, and for you folks that aren't familiar with what a nanosecond is, it's 100 times faster than the blink of an eye. So like millisecond latency is death for us. When you have to be always on, that performant and that secure, like in CeFi, you're essentially completing Buterin's trilemma. You know, in DeFi that, you know, that hasn't happened yet. You know, what our customers want from us is the same set of consistent performance, you know, that they've seen with an experience that they can rely and trust on. How do we get there? Everything that we do, you know, starts with performance, security, availability as first principles. And if it doesn't meet that bar, we don't build it. Because no matter what shiny object that you give the customer, it's like building, you know, an incredibly beautiful house on a foundation of sand. It's going to crack. You know, we start with the customer, we work backwards from the customer. We actually, you know, have adopted the working backwards model in the, you know, in the 6-page process at Nasdaq, and we use it quite effectively. Like, we took the parts that, you know, that work for us, we intake the requirements in, but they're put through incredibly rigorous checks. You know, they go through audits, they go through, like, we go through pre-release alpha, you know, pre-alpha, alpha, pre-beta, you know, etc. They go through, you know, full-blown security checks, you know, exhaustive performance checks. So it's a little different for, you know, for us. We don't rush to ship features. You know, we don't rush to get the latest widget out there. But when we build something, it lasts for a really long time. And I think there's a happy medium to be had. Obviously, we're in a different industry, but, you know, coming from Venmo, for instance, where we did, you know, release features fast. You know, as a traditional fintech, we still obey those things. You know, Venmo at the time, like when I left, we had, I don't know, 75 million active customers. You know, you can't ship something to them and then, you know, support a compromise like the, you know, like the example that I referenced earlier. So, like, just having the fundamentals that everyone here knows, that's familiar with just building good software and applying those, you know, you do those, you can build all the shiny objects on top of a really, really, really strong foundation, and then you're gonna have a bulletproof app.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to pull on a few themes that I've heard so far. I think, Nick, you mentioned it. CK, you mentioned it. Trust. I think that's the trust engine. Essentially, that's what the blockchain is, that immutable trust. And I think back to my time, I see my ex-colleague here, Patrick Johnson. We spent some time BCG guy. We spent some time working at a federal client a few years ago. And the conversation was all around identity. And bringing that back to, I've always said this, identity is the roots of trust. Like, you can't separate them. So I think it also tags back into the adoption challenge that we all deal with. So maybe start with you, Francisco. What are you seeing? 1.5 billion people unbanked. How do we facilitate interoperable, really simple ways to move your personas on one blockchain to the next blockchain? KYC, AML challenges all done, click of a button. What are your perspectives on that space, on identity and blockchain tech?
Yeah, that's very interesting. We've seen the industry in the past 10 years like change quite a bit in terms of like KYC, AML checks. You know, a lot of these like becoming regulations. You know, if you think about like, I don't think 12 years, well, when the first exchanges came out, right, they were required to do any KYC. And that was adopted from, you know, traditional finance, right? We saw that, you know, to build a trusted system, you need some of those checks, right? If you want to reach mass adoptions and you want to be able not to be seen as a scam or something where terrorists are laundering money, you need regulation and you need some of those KYC and AML checks, right? Now there's, of course, most of the exchanges right now, they have all those KYC checks, right? There's a big conversation on whether, you know, some of those DeFi protocols or marketplaces like should adopt something similar, right? How does that look like? Because you interact with those not with like a custodial wallet, right? You interact with them with a non-custodial wallet, like think MetaMask. When you open a MetaMask, no one asks you to do KYC, right? But should, for example, like DeFi protocols have some sort of checks where you know, they check whether that wallet has been interacting or is somehow affiliated with like a sanction address, right? We've seen yesterday OFAC really like added Tornado Cash, like a famous mixer, on the sanction list, right? And now, like, everyone in the ecosystem needs to adapt, right, and say, okay, we need to screen, right, the incoming transactions and making sure that all these wallets that are interacting are not associated with any of these wallets that are on the OFAC sanction list. A big recommendation that came out last year from the Financial Action Task Force was enforcing travel rule, and I'm going to touch on that in a second, was suggesting that travel rules should be enforced as well in the transaction between a virtual asset service provider, think Coinbase or Binance, and non-custodial wallet. What does that mean? If you look at like traditional finance, right, if two customers from two different banks interact with each other and exchange money, there needs to be an exchange of personal information, personal identifiable information between those two financial institutions. Right? Similar in crypto, right? This is kind of this travel rule has been in talks for 3 years now. It came out in 2019, where supposedly if Nick has an account on Coinbase and I have an account on Binance and he sends me money, Coinbase and Binance needs to exchange information of ours as two between themselves. How do you do that with non-custodial wallets, right? Much more difficult, right? But we've seen right now that kind of the more centralized entity are adopting more and more of these KYC and AML checks. And the trend seems to be that also like more decentralized protocols are going in that direction.
Come to you, Todd. So you add something? Go for it.
I think it's interesting. There's like kind of a balance between trust and privacy. And if you talk to a lot of people in the space, especially like the deep Bitcoin, early believers, a lot of these folks, they put more of an emphasis on their anonymity, their privacy, than they do on some of the other implications that come on the back end of that. It's also kind of like to the intro session from earlier today, like this idea of DeFi versus CeFi. And you talk to different people in the space about like what is crypto, what is Web3, you'll get very different answers, and there'll be very strong, heated answers based on kind of what the principles that a lot of folks have in the space. So as you kind of look at like the Tornado Cash thing, I was gonna mention that. Is really interesting because a lot of people who use Tornado Cash aren't doing anything malicious at all. They just don't want you to be able to trace back their activity. Now, of course, on the flip side, there's absolutely activity that's happening on there that is a lot of weird, sketchy stuff happens on that. And people use Tornado Cash. It's a mixer basically. If you send Ethereum or other assets there, it pops out to the other address that you send it to, and you can't trace it, which is why they don't want people doing that. But again, I think it comes back to like the trade-offs of what that means. And I saw earlier today somebody sent a bunch of Ethereum dust to a bunch of different exchange wallets, celebrity wallets. That means they sent just like a little bit of Ethereum through Tornado. So now all of those addresses are technically on the OFAC list, which is pretty crazy. I think it's definitely something that still needs to be solved.
Todd, you want to take it?
Yeah, trust is a very interesting topic in the Web3 space. I mean, on the one hand, you had, unfortunate incidents last week, like the bridge hack, it was $200 million in a few hours. Weird thing with seed phrases being logged in plain text. Not great for trust, right? But then on the other hand, none of the major layer 1 protocols, like the Bitcoin protocol or Ethereum or Algorand or whatever, none of the actual layer 1 protocols themselves have been compromised. They worked as intended. But that's kind of hard to explain, I think, to a layperson. You can trust the layer 1 as far as experimental evidence goes, but the applications built on top, if they're not putting in the engineering effort commensurate with the value that they need to protect, then yeah, you have trust issues. And that's something that in our company right now, it's something that we're investigating as a new company. How do you account for trust? If you're brand new, you have no brand name. I'm not PayPal, so people don't know who I am. And I think one of the techniques that Web3 companies have at their disposal is transparency about the source code, the protocols, and the products that they're building. So a lot of projects are open source. They can be audited by people other than yourself. And essentially you establish trust through a web of connections through other institutions that are themselves trustworthy. I think this is one of the unique things about Web3 is a lot of the open source nature and transparency and auditability of the products that are being built in the space.
Thank you. Nick, do you have something for this?
This excellent answers from everyone here. It's been so fascinating for me to watch AML and KYC grow in this space. I think 3 years ago, if you would have had this discussion, you would have gotten very animated responses, from folks about, the entire reason I am transacting in crypto is because I don't want to, to have anybody know what I'm doing. And, in principle, that's fine. In the real world, when you're trying to do things at scale, things just can't operate that way. And that's just reality. You will never be able to scale something and give it to the masses to adopt, knowing that it can be audited and controlled for the benefit of customers. I chuckle just like you about the people sending fractional ETH to celebrities on Tornado. That's a fascinating thing, right? Like once I receive crypto, like there's nothing I can do. I can't give it back. Like it's there. And you referred earlier to something that's actually like personal to me and a friend of mine, like the underbanked. I actually think that there's like, if you look at the underbanked, like digital currency is one of the biggest promises out there for like Africa, for instance, where like, or South America, where inflation is just exploding. It would be so great to just transact in, in digital assets like that. It solves that problem, but it has to be controlled. Like you do need some, some measure to tell all of these consumers that what you have is safe. They're like, just like anything in life, like there has to be balance. And I think this, like, I'm seeing this space evolve in that direction. I think Francisco, like, like the work that your company, Snickerdoodle, et cetera, are doing is great. I do think there's a balance between, like, there's no longer like the wild, wild west. Like what I'm seeing is people are acknowledging that, know your customer is important. It's important to know that you're not laundering money. That that you're financing terrorist activities, or that you're transacting on a platform that that does that. And I do think that the principle of of privacy and control can coexist.
Fascinating conversations. I mean, I think it's that dichotomy between the libertarian ideal that it's all free, it's all decentralized, we can all, but I still need a driver's license to drive still in the real world. So fascinating, and the conversation around, okay, privacy gets mutually enforced and security, that's all fascinating conversations, all things we can talk about for hours. So I think we've got a minute or two left, one minute before we do Q&As. But I do want to do a quick lightning round for each one of you guys. What does success look like from a security practitioner standpoint? How do we facilitate customer obsession? How do we enable adoption? Lightning round question quickly for every one of you guys. I'll start with you, Todd.
What does success look like? Success looks like to me that people are taking, like I said earlier, you're taking engineering action that is commensurate with the value that you're trying to protect. If it's a valuable project, you should be putting a lot of engineering and security resources into trying to protect the value.
Cisco?
Is the customer happy, right, eventually, right? Because you can demand as much, security. You can demand them to have like as much security practice in place, right? But sometimes, there are people building startups. There are small developers, right, in a garage, or AWS startup Loft, right? They don't have a lot of resources. Can you find some ways to still have them like go through some of those like security practices? With their limited resources, right? That's really what we're trying to do these days.
Nick?
Every customer that is transacting in crypto should be able to log into their wallet of choice, whatever it is, with the same confidence level as they log into like their Bank of America or PayPal account. That's what success looks like to me.
Okay.
Yeah, to kind of piggyback off what Nick said. We at Convex Lab, we've mostly focused on the consumer side of things. So the first protocol that we're building is called the Honest Protocol. That's really focused on both the user experience and making the user experience more simple and protecting people as they're navigating the space. So success would look like a lot less people being scammed in the space.
Thank you all so much for your participation today. Brandon, do you want to do some Q&As?
I think we've got a couple minutes for Q&A, so I can run this microphone to anybody that's got questions.
And do we have any, was Charles or Coach, do we have any virtual questions coming in as well? We need to keep an eye on that as well.
Sure, I'll check with Charles too. So here's the first one.
Hello, my name is Sophia. I'm AWS Loft member here, and I enjoy the face-to-face. Thank you very much for the organizers for doing this. I'm an entrepreneur first, but I was a security professional for a long time. So I appreciate the fact that we have mixed security topic along with innovation, which in the past, as security professionals, security is always left behind when innovation goes forward. So I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So the question I have for now is to reconcile a view that the Snickerdoodle company uses, mentioned that you are user-centric and you push data, you are data-oriented, and then you push security to the user. And I'm trying to understand that versus the other voices that were also saying trust is very important and keeping the customer happy and making it very light and usable security for the end user. So how do you reconcile that view? My understanding of pushing security to data will be like the current Web3 applications, like a Slack or maybe Google or something where the end user perhaps is the one that's actually managing the security. So please explain to me that difference.
Yeah.
And this was very insightful because I'm going to the GRC conference next week in Florida, and I'm a presenter, so very insightful. I'm gonna steal some of your ideas. Thank you.
So maybe sounds counterintuitive, right? Pushing the responsibility of the data custodianship to the end user. I'm not talking about mission critical data, medical records, things like this. I'm talking about your web browsing history, what you like on Facebook, what kind of digital apps, these kinds of things, right? Not mission critical, but then on the other hand, personal anecdote. You say, shouldn't I trust somebody who's big and serious to take care of my data for me? Might be much more secure. Well, I personally had my fingerprints stolen from the OPM hack back in 2012. That didn't work out so hot. I've personally never been compromised. I would have loved to have been the custodian of my fingerprint data. Would have been great. So what? So bringing this back to the bridge, like the bridge compromise conversation we were having earlier, right? When you have super high concentrated value in one spot, you incentivize malicious actors to attack a concentrated position. For our particular product stack and technology stack that we're building, we disperse the value. We disperse it entirely decentralized. So there is no longer a central area for a malicious actor to attack now. They'd have to expend a lot of effort for a little bit of value if they compromise one person at the end of the day. So that's kind of how we think about it in terms of this topic you broke up, putting the onus on the individual to be the custodian of their user data.
Sorry, you have a question here?
Yep. Thanks for your time. We appreciate you guys coming here and sharing about this. This is a question primarily for Todd, Francesca, but feel free anyone to chime in. And I'm singling the two of you out because I think the phrases I heard was a list of verified DApps or having a list of accounts that have are tainted in some way and maybe should be blocked by other DApps, things like that. So the question is more about essentially the trade-off between being truly decentralized, truly permissionless, and having the features that you guys are describing. And I almost see it as there's two layers here, right? There's the layer of the pure information itself, this graph representing all of the addresses that a certain address has interacted with and what that could mean, or this domain has a very similar spelling, but it's incorrect. Like there's that information layer, and then there's the presenting that to the end consumer, nudging them away from it. So to kind of bring that question all together, yeah, like what is the trade-off between the decentralized aspect and the permission aspect, and from that like almost two-layer standpoint, where do you think you could be a lot more, like we could take more centralized approaches in making those decisions, like who is considered bad? Yeah.
I can kick it off here. So what we do usually is like never make the decision for our customers, right? We give them the tools to let them make those decisions, right? So I'll give you the tools and say, hey, this wallet has a risk score of like 70 over 100, right? Because of these and these and these reasons. You do whatever you want with that information, right? And I eventually think that we're going in the direction that Nick was saying before, right? You should be, like, success is you tomorrow having the same trust in transacting with Uniswap than you have in logging in with your, up to your Bank of America, right? And I think eventually, right, you're more, like the decentralized applications that will be more successful are the ones that are gonna have like some of these tools in place and that are gonna implement some of these checks, right? So you're completely right. What is the trade-off there? You want to be decentralized, but you also want to give trust, right, to the users that are interacting with your application. So eventually, I think what will win are the applications that will be able to, yes, still be decentralized, but still have a little bit of, have those checks that allow you to kind of like trust that application. That's my view there.
Anyone else for that question? I thought I was.
I'll try. Yeah, we're also playing in similar wheelhouses that, and I definitely echo the idea of like, you just want to give people enough information and in an easy enough digestible manner that they can make those decisions for themselves. So like part of that is just making that making that seamlessly flow into their user experience and allowing them to kind of set parameters as to when they do want to be notified that something. So maybe you don't care about certain pieces and that should be completely turned off and you just never see that. Maybe there's sometimes you do want to be notified, other times you need to be notified. So I think that's part of the journey that we need to kind of bring to users is how do I get the right information and easily and seamlessly integrate that into my workflow.
Brandon, do we have any more questions?
Yeah, that was the last one we had, and on behalf of the whole room, I'd love for you guys to give some applause to this panel. You guys did a great job. So, in terms of next steps, I'm gonna do something interesting. I'm gonna give each of our people on stage a book. And what I want you guys to do is to strike up a conversation, or you guys in the audience, find one of these guys, and they're gonna give a book to a conversation that they're gonna have. So this is a decentralized way for me to get these prizes out because we're low on time in terms of, so a distributed way to give out these prizes. We're gonna take a 10-minute break so you guys can do bathrooms, find these guys, and if you got interesting questions and some things to make them smile. It looks like there's like books and prizes coming your way. So if you got follow-up questions as well, I think we only had a couple, but feel free to circle back with them. Our next panel will be on metaverse, gaming, NFTs, a bunch of stuff that sits on top of the layer 0 and the layer 1 stuff. So I'll pause for there. We'll get our next speakers lined up, and in about 10 minutes, we will kick off our next panel. So thank you guys again.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I have 5. What's happened? So you know Robbie, my buddy James,
Ah, cara, o meu tá com água.
I think
It's not like people care about the okay. Yeah. So actually,
privacy is already called. There is some privacy left.
Faster and cheaper if it is. I'll be there hearing out.
They're all turtles.
I was thinking it was one or two that
It's all muted out there. It's not going away. If you want to, of course, take those steps to protect privacy. It's still hot. Still encounter those videos
I guess you gave away your book already.
Sorry?
I guess you gave away your book already.
I did.
Yeah, it was the hoodie I would have like went for it for a book.
I read all my good books.
How do you like NASDAQ?
I love it. It's a great place to be. Yeah, of course, they can track probably the best job ever. I mean, even if
some people don't like the kind of
it's the most challenging tech I've ever worked on. Like, I'm attracted to the problem because I've never worked on a video product.
Nicholas Moore. We got Nick in here? There we go. You I saw. Let's come get you mic'd up, my friend.
You can't go like, oops, let's go back a day. Although there has been some real back and forth.
I think there's still a lot of doing in this space. I've been there for like months and years. Like the last time I think you know what I do. That's not what other great things. 10 years ago. Nice to meet you. You're with
this is my own startup.
Okay.
Big mobile apps. It is just sort of new site to use for the navigator. But 70,000 downloads. So yeah.
Good for you. That's awesome. I love seeing. You know, like this is where innovation starts. So.
Hi.
How was it?
Oh, hi. Oh my God, I thought you were somebody else. I have a colleague who swears
Don't
to
worry,
God.
I get that a lot.
John Liu, right? No.
Well, yeah, I'll let you guys chat. I'm going to go back to my desk.
Well, it's a true story. If you can send me pictures of it right now, someone can write.
The whole thing was actually, we have that all on YouTube.
The streaming device, right? Just so you know. And there was a professional guy that
How's your bank account? And you were in the middle, so I think you got good billing.
Yeah, I took some videos like when you were talking, so we can like slice them out to 9 segments like this. But anyway, I'll be right back.
It's doing well. It's a growing ecosystem. I was at there's been like
You call him Shane?
So the entire organization is about you're right. But this is a group of like 12, 13 people. Each project
things, somebody else again with this, but yeah. Mobile apps done for $30 download trackers.
All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. We're getting ready to start our 2 o'clock panel. I think it's like 2:05 or something, so feel free to find your seat. 2:07, I have just been corrected. We are excited to bring together some great minds in metaverses, gaming, and NFTs. So get ready for some metaverse eye. Plural with that. All right, so what I'm going to do is hand it over to Shai, who you heard from this morning, and Svetla. We've got, again, an illustrious panel of speakers here to do some Q&A with. If you've got Q&A, feel free to just raise your hand. We can run the mics around toward the second half of the session. And yeah, we're going to try to give away more swag and gift cards and all this stuff so that we're empty-handed come 5 o'clock. So Shai, I want to give the microphone to you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for this panel here. Here we go.
I'm actually handing it over to Svetla to kick us off.
It's another distributed way of
Yes.
giving rewards to people or airtime. Hi everyone, so nice to have you here. I flew in from New York City this morning on a 6:30 a.m. flight, and it was totally worth it because it has been awesome to hear these sessions so far and to talk to so many people who are in this space or want to get involved in this space. So this panel is going to focus more on the user experience and kind of understanding the value prop of some of these metaverse communities that we're seeing pop up. So let's get started here. Just a quick way of introduction. I work at AWS and I'm on our partnerships team, and I specialize in financial services. So I'm more kind of aware of the, I guess, exchange of value side of things, but what I really want to delve into is the user experience and, you know, what is the value prop for those who are a part of these communities. So let's start with a round of introductions here. Nick, let's get started with you.
Cool. So my name is Nicholas. I actually came from AWS. Before I started Hero Labs, I was running a digital native business unit at AWS, managing a few of Amazon's built in the cloud customers. Got started back in October. I don't know if you guys are familiar with, it became worldwide noteworthy a couple weeks back, NFT Worlds. It was a Web3 layer over the top of Minecraft. There's friends of mine who local to Seattle like me, and started working with them back in October, figuring out, hey, how do you on-ramp mainstream users into a Web3 game in a way where the Web3 elements are faded into the background to the extent that it doesn't disrupt a user journey into the game. Built a lot of really cool technology in that regard and spawned a company out of it behind the scenes, turned into Hero Labs, basically turning the tech that we built to onboard mainstream users in true Amazon fashion, learning from our customers into software services that other Web3 games, Web2 corporations, Web2 apps looking to come into this industry to make use of abstracting away a lot of the work that it takes to onboard a mainstream user and deal with, you know, things like nonce management and uncle blocks, things that nobody's liable from Web2 to know about.
Clarifying question, because I think it's always really interesting to kind of learn a little bit about how somebody got into this space. Like, are you a gamer or do you spend a lot of time playing games? I'm not sure what's the differentiation between the two, but how did you fall into this, or how did you discover this use case?
Definitely. So lifelong gamer, I started playing, actually Second Life got mentioned earlier in the panel. I was a player of Second Life when I was young, and Neopets, and you know, I actually met most of my co-founders playing League of Legends at the University of Washington on the University of Washington's Collegiate League of Legends team, and so good group of guys to start a business with. And then as far as crypto, I got in on 2012 up to no good as an 18-year-old on the Silk Road trying to figure things out. Never made it, but did have some Bitcoin, and so nice on-ramp into the space.
What year did you exit?
Bitcoin or
yeah.
Oh, never. I did, however, swap a large portion in mid 2017 to Ethereum, thinking, man, programmable money. You know, and it's definitely, you learn more as you get into it, right, and become smarter. And at the time, I was a gambler, right?
And last clarifying question, what was the trigger for you? Like, when did you know that, you know what, I need to start my own company? This use case is so compelling that, you know, you had an aha moment and you just couldn't help yourself.
Well, so for the Amazonians here, I got done with my promo doc to L6 and passed in November, and after that I was weighing my options between a long road to 7 or a bet on something where I, you know, could wake up every morning wanting to work 16 hours a day on my own thing. And so I figured, you know, right time to pursue something that's going well. Like, we're in the middle of finalizing a funding round, and it's definitely an interesting intro to entrepreneurship, but it feels right.
Awesome, thank you. Next intro, who wants to go?
Go for it, brother.
Sure. Hi, my name is Omi. I am co-founder and chief product and technology officer at Artist Crowd from Exchange, or ACE.fan. What's my journey been? My journey's been a long journey. I started off as an engineer a long time ago and broke into the PM world about a decade ago. This is my third company that I'm founding. Been in crypto since the early days, like 2010 time frame, when you had to set up your own wallet. Download the source code and build it and figure all that out, and Bitcoin was still under $1, and so that all failed, it didn't fail. I just forgot about it. So my crypto journey kind of went in and out. I forgot about it for a few years, then came back and like, holy smokes, this is $100 now. And then I go, holy smokes, this is $1,000. You know what? I need to get into this now. But long story short, so I met a couple of my friends. I'm ex Microsoft, ex Google. I also have a knack for like working on like the cutting edge of tech. So I like to be at that forefront. Things that like people that only the niche few sort of are like raving about, that this is the future, and everybody else like, you are crazy. And that's exactly how it was to find my journey ever since. In 2010, I started work in the AI field, specifically pattern recognition. I did a bunch of cool stuff there, some notable stuff. I mean, I guess formally notable stuff in that. So I was doing AI stuff and ML stuff when it wasn't cool, and then I kind of left that, started doing drone stuff around the beginning of DGI's, what you call it, craze, and now I'm doing crypto stuff right at the beginning too. This is still the beginning, but at least it's the beginning and it's not before the beginning, and I can get into that in a second. But anyway, I love doing this stuff, and that's kind of my story. So now.
Are you going to exit this as soon as you convince us that it's cool? So
no.
I just want to make sure.
No,
I'm going to trigger something.
I don't think that I'm gonna exit it. I think my startup world, every single time it's always I'm working at a big company making tons of money, and I'm like, you know what? Nope. Let me leave that and work on this cutting edge thing that everybody thinks that I'm crazy about, and then that doesn't work out, and it's usually that it's just too early, and they're like, you know what, no one's gonna do this, and then I fail. I run out of money. I have to pay mortgage, and I go, you know what? Hey Google, you still looking to hire me? I'm gonna start it all again. So
don't worry, AWS is here for you. We're in the AWS talk.
So hopefully, and all this is in so that like I can get into something and actually grow it and be like viewed down the line as one of the beginners, as one of the folks that made this a thing.
The
Pioneers,
visionary.
that's what I'm looking for.
So when did you get started with ACE?
When I get started with ACE, so fully was last year, but we've been sort of kicking the can on it for 2 years now. By kicking the can, it's you know, my friends and I were like, okay, great, we should do a thing in this space, and then okay, this is the specific space, and we're sort of trying a bunch of things out, and I'm still like, listen, until we believe that we have something viable enough, we shouldn't go full steam on it, and that happened beginning of last year during the NFT craze. Because before that, we were like, listen, if we're doing stuff with 721s, like nobody's gonna understand that stuff, and we're gonna have to educate a ton of people why NFTs are a thing. And then come January and February and March, and we're like, whoa, this is, in fact, people are educating the world for us, so this is the time. And this
Timing is everything when it comes to go to
timing
market,
is
right?
everything. Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, this is something that's kind of relevant to what I do, which is partnerships. We help companies that are our strategic partners in the financial services space with their go-to market when they're launching products. And sometimes having a little bit of help from the outside world is a good thing, and you really need to time it and figure out what is your messaging and when and who are you targeting at that time. So we'll definitely get back to that. But another introduction, Jake.
Hi, Stella. Nice to meet you. I did not come from New York today. I came from Bali, so a bit jet lag.
We hate you.
I'm the founder and CEO of a company called MetaLink Labs. We're creating a more secure and easy way to talk and track NFTs, eventually transact as well. We are backed by Social Capital, Gemini, FTX, Gaussier, and a bunch of others. And most of those investors, when they first invested in us, I'd say about half of them didn't believe we'd be able to get people to connect their wallets to our platform, to analyze their wallet and see what their portfolio is doing, and most importantly, to connect with each other. And so we started as a private chat app for CryptoPunks, representing my CryptoPunk right up there. We started as a private chat app for CryptoPunks and didn't know what to expect. And within the first 48 hours, over 20% of CryptoPunks joined our platform and started chatting with each other. And that's when we knew we were onto something. And so we've been going at it ever since.
Awesome. And
our 1 year anniversary is coming up.
Perfect. And we will get into more of like your product and how you came up with this and where you are on your journey. But in terms of your background, I was obviously looking you up, and I think you have like one of the most interesting backgrounds here.
Oh, thanks.
How did you get into into NFTs and this space? And can you tell us a little bit about your career prior to this?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I for the past few years, originally I was a music manager. So at some point I realized I wasn't good enough to be an actual recording artist, so I shouldn't manage them. And I think the only thing worse than telling my parents I was going to be a rapper was that I was going to manage female DJs for a living. At the time there wasn't any female DJs, but we had a really good run. They went by Corella and they had a couple top 40 records and they were amazing to work with. And then at some point I became really passionate about artists owning their own data. I thought it was really unfortunate that their ability to reach their fans was being determined by a Facebook or a Twitter or a Google, and I wanted to change that. And the only thing, I didn't think it made sense to rebuild a new social network from scratch. The only thing I could think of was by owning your fans' phone numbers. I thought if you have your fans' phone numbers, you'll always be able to reach them instantly and directly because the phone number is that one point of just instant direct distribution. And so I wrote a blog post about it and somehow wound up through that post just kind of went viral in the music space and wound up connecting with a founder and joined their founding team at community.com. And so we had raised $90 million and launched phone numbers for Barack Obama, Jennifer Lopez, Diddy, Weight Watchers, White Claw, People Magazine. We went from 0 to 27 million users in 18 months. And I loved it so much. And then when I realized that in Web3, the same way that in crypto we think about owning your own currency and owning your NFTs and your ability to make payments, this same technology was going to actually be used to own your following and take your following with you from one platform to the next, and owning your social posts and owning your data. And once I realized the true power of that technology, I just knew I had to be in this space, and that's what led me to start Metalink.
Awesome. And when did you launch that?
Almost exactly 1 year ago. Yeah.
Yeah, we did talk about that. Awesome. Okay, so now that we know who's who, let's talk about kind of like continuing on the same topic, but let's talk about the unique value proposition of your companies, and what was the thought process of coming up with this? And in true AWS manner, we always think about like the customer obsession and the customer challenges. Was there a particular moment when you talked to someone and it gave you that, this is a problem that I've seen before, here's how I'm going to solve it. So tell me a little bit about what your company does, and just keep in mind that not everyone maybe owns NFTs or is in this space. And I know we chatted a little bit about exclusivity as well, and how cool it is to be a part of this community. Give us a glimpse of what it's like to be a part of your world. I'm not a gamer, so would love to learn a little bit about the day-to-day life of a gamer and their challenges. So let's start with you, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, well, so for me, it was number one, the act obviously of trying to help to build a play-to-earn gaming platform, Web3 GameFi platform. You run into a lot of issues doing that today with the tech stack available to you. When we started, it was a matter of building half of it in-house and then stringing together a bunch of different disparate services where we ultimately had issues with every single one of them. And I think a common theme in this space is there's a lot of splashy wallpaper that attracts speculative investor interest, and then you really dig into the meat of what anybody is doing. Half the time it's not doing what it's purported to do. And so we felt like, okay, this is a market opportunity to create a suite of SaaS services atop which metaverses and games could be built. And our ethos approaching that was basically trying to look, 2 years out, 3 years out into the future for what our customers would want, assuming that the space as it grows ends up needing mainstream interest, right? Needing to attract mainstream gamers to survive and grow. And so then it became a thought problem for us. It's like, okay, what kind of tech does a mainstream gamer need to onboard into a Web3 game? And for us, it was basically adopting this ethos of let's pull everything off-chain, and this is a sticking point for some people, and I definitely would consider myself a crypto purist, but a mainstream user doesn't care about decentralization so much as they care about their user experience, right? And so our ethos has been, hey, let's build tech where we pull things off-chain that we know work in AWS, right? Step functions and nonce management, things like that, and build tech that can allow a smooth on-ramp for a mainstream user of any app or game into this world while still providing them the benefits of Web3, right? Like the point of intersection for me that was the most important but personally the most aligned for me in exploring this was like, man, like if I had received digital assets in exchange for the tens of thousands of hours that I spent in like Elder Scrolls Oblivion, then I would be in Bali and not, not certainly in Seattle working for Amazon Web Services. And no knock against AWS, I learned more than anywhere else I had been in my entire career, and really honed that, the appropriate mindset with which to approach a market, right? Like, what do your customers care about, and what do their customers care about, and how can you build things that are resonant on both dimensions? But for me, it was integrated because it's like, hey, let's remove all the, I think bridging the gap is now a cliche thanks to K-Money, and same with removing crypto friction, but let's do it, right? Let's remove the crypto friction that it takes for a mainstream user to onboard into a Web3 game or app and leave behind only the benefits as we see them, and provide those services to do that to companies who are building, who are better, smarter, more intelligent game designers than us.
Quick question here for the newbie gamers in the room. How does a gamer get compensated for their time and for their skill, I guess?
Well,
what is the general model? Like explain like I'm 5.
Well, so I mean the general model I don't think is workable, and probably we see it fail, right? Like the general model today is basically and people call it a Ponzi scheme, and it is. It requires incessant onboarding of new users to provide extra liquidity for existing users, and that's obviously unworkable. I'm of the opinion personally that probably ERC-20s don't necessarily belong in games paid direct to users and investors for no reason, simply because it's like, while it works in a platform where you can necessarily predict the growth of the network along some static bonding curve or whatever, in a game, right, usage is cyclical and it's seasonal, and gamers lose interest rapidly, and I don't think any human being is capable of designing game theory dynamic enough to sustain a token's price through fluctuation of player interest over any meaningful time horizon, right? And that's my personal opinion. The standard model today is basically player goes into game, gets paid out, cute token relative to the time and attention they spend in the game. And I think that to a large extent is people just kind of copying what has worked heretofore. And while I'm not here to comment on what works as far as Web2 gaming models so much as support everybody to experiment and try to build their own with the tech stack we've created, my thought is probably the future of this is compared to just free payouts to folks who are either working to for a living, which is a cool thing, right? Or speculative investors who are looking to make a bag. It's like probably like maybe Web 2 points and then digital assets as rewards for folks for progression, right? Like it makes sense to me that when you remove the ERC20 from the equation, you leave behind just this owning of an ERC 1155 or a 721 as kind of a reward for progression that a player can then go do with what they wish, so that their time spent in the game was intrinsically valuable and not wasted like all of my hours in Skyrim.
Yeah, so Nick, I'd like to follow up. You talk about decentralization a bit, right? You talk about balancing finding that balance of decentralization. And you said as a builder, one of the challenges is you might be a purist, right? But your customers don't necessarily care. How, as a builder, do you determine where that path of decentralization is? What gets decentralized and what doesn't?
That's a good question. For us, it's been optionality, right? Like we offer a user management solution, just as an example, right, that allows your user of your Web3 game to on-ramp into your game, and when they create an account with their Google account login, Facebook login, or whatever, we spin up a wallet behind the scenes that is fully managed through API calls by the game in question through an account screen and their users by proxy. And so for us, that was a natural fit where hey, we can offer custodial wallets such that a user can on-ramp in a traditional path, but still kind of be part of this Web3 ecosystem. And so that's, I would say, one level less decentralization than folks might like, right? In a perfect world, there's massive gas fees, and you're transferring things with wallets that you own, and so that level. And then we provided another level that we've seen interest in from larger Web 2 gaming studios, where it is basically just paper trading of digital assets in the game in standard DVs, right? And then we provide an off-ramp. And it's a different, slightly more centralized option. And our thought in this regard is, hey, let's build the whole stack and go down the door, each door of removing decentralization, like the Grim Reaper in that meme, and say, hey, we'll provide you an option for whatever use case you want to use, and we'll let you take the bet for how centralized or decentralized you would like to make things for your users relative to the types of users you expect to onboard. And like the first option, we allow people optional, bring your own wallets. It's a deeper level of user asset control. I think it's important, but I don't think that anybody knows in such a nascent market, right, like what is the solution that is going to necessarily fit best for what the user base looks like in 2 to 3 years. And I definitely think that gaming is the first and best place to onboard users into this world en masse. Because reality is right now it's an echo chamber. It's 2 million people, right? That's it. And most of those 2 million people are like people with 18 different wallets like me. So maybe it's only 1 million, right? And so for me, it's kind of like, hey, let's just build building blocks, right? Clean, easy to use APIs on Lambda and Dynamo that allow folks to achieve whatever level of decentralization or centralization that they want therein for their particular user experience they're looking to create.
Clarifying question on this very, I think we're getting into a lot of detail here, but it's really interesting, when you're thinking about your users and who they are, how many of them, like what portion of them do you think are the type of user who would have their own wallet already? And for how many of them is this their first entry point into having a crypto wallet?
That's a really good question. I actually have a fascinating point of data on there. So one of the things we did in the context of getting to know our customers was provide them a game built on this NFT Worlds platforms that we were helping to build behind the scenes. And so we offered managed wallets right from the beginning, and what was super interesting to us was that of the total number of users that entered our game, we had something like 37,000 unique users in the first couple months, right? Standard regular gamers. 67% of those were spinning up wallets with us, right? Managed wallets where they were creating them tied to their Microsoft account right there and then. And so it was a great proof point and great validation for us to say that, look, like a Web3 game, when all else is equal, is just a game that people are going to onboard into if they find it fun. And if you provide them the right tools for that experience to be easy, then your whole top of funnel of gamers doesn't disappear as soon as you ask them to create a wallet and on-ramp fiat. Pretty interesting. I think it's like it paints a picture of a very bright future and was certainly validating in me. You know, I in my story, leaving AWS was basically like, you know, February, and I was having a conversation with my boss about why my activity levels were suffering, and I was like, well, we've had, you know, all these players signing up with these wallets, and we sold out this NFT collection, and I quit. So.
That was Worlds?
What was that?
That was Worlds, or is Worlds your friend?
Those are our buddies who we
Okay.
we helped behind the scenes build a lot of the initial tech stack. Yeah, Temp and Arc.
All right, so let's kind of continue looking into users, and please tie in with that the value proposition of your company, since we're kind of going in a bit of a circumvent way, but I think it makes sense, at least to me. Jake, actually, let's start with you, because you work with artists. I don't know how many people here can relate to being an artist and a musician, and you know, you focus on content ownership and really like creating these communities where, you know, people talk to each other based on the content that they own. So how, tell me a little bit about your user base. Like, who are these people?
Yeah.
Why do they need private places where they can talk? Why do they need to know about, what they own? Just give us a glimpse into their lives and the problems that you're solving for them.
Absolutely, yeah. We our mentality was that if we could get the whales, the people that have these huge wallets on our platform, that it would open up the possibility for us to be a trusted platform for those next billion users that come into crypto. So that's why we started with CryptoPunks and then officially with Bored Ape Yacht Club. And the thing that we realized about these people that was so interesting was, if you go back to August, Etsy did $1 billion in revenue, eBay did $7 billion in revenue, and OpenSea had that breakthrough month and did $3.65 billion in revenue. And the first 3,000 people that joined MetaLink made up over $350 million of OpenSea's $3.65 billion in revenue. So to put that in perspective, the first 3,000 people that joined were actually spending over $100,000 a month on average on JPEGs. And so when we talk about NFTs, I think it's so important to talk about what they are today, because today they are overpriced JPEGs with little to no utility. Over time, though, they're going to become so much more than that. And I always tell people that it doesn't make me bullish that Nike or StockX or Reese Witherspoon's company or Playboy or all these major companies have reached out to us wanting to integrate with our platform, or even all the news that was seen last week in the media with Salesforce and Miami and all these amazing things that corporations are doing in Web3. That's not what necessarily makes me bullish. It's more the stuff that was just being talked about over here, where when we've talked to the biggest gaming funds in the world that have ever been put together, they are spending or investing over half of their funds into blockchain gaming. And I think that shows over time where the industry's headed. Obviously, it takes time to make AAA games, but it's our belief that these gamers are going to need a place where they can talk, track, and transact the NFT all in one location. And so our platform is kind of like if Discord and Robinhood for NFTs had a baby, where you can like chat and transact in the same place.
Awesome. And at what point did you identify the problem? And what is really the biggest challenge? Is it that they don't have a place where they can chat? Is it that they don't trust each other? And just give us a bit of, and also who are they? Like, can you tell me a little bit about what do they talk about when they meet each other on your Discord / Robinhood baby?
Yeah, so one of my mentors and the smartest people I think in the crypto space is Blau. 3LAU, he's like started Royal.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, it's amazing. When he sold $20 million worth of NFTs in Q1 last year, I was like, what is going on? I need to learn about this. Yeah, I remember going to him, not to throw him under the bus here, he's one of my investors, and he's, like I say, he's a mentor and friend, but like, I called him and said, hey, we have this idea where people, instead of talking about Bitcoin or talking about Ethereum on our platform, maybe it should be around NFTs. Because when I went out to raise money NFTs was a dead term. Like if I brought up the term NFT in the room, the air just fell out of the room. Yeah, exactly, just like that. And so then NFT Summer happened, and I called them and I said, what about if we could take and make this like private chat for CryptoPunk owners, where you log in, we verify your wallet. If you have a CryptoPunk, you can get in. If you don't, you can't. And he kind of was like, nah, I'm not really into that. I don't think you should do it. And then I was in Europe over the summer, and the craze just got so real. You know, there was like fake news stories about CryptoPunk selling for $80 million when really they had just been listed for $80 million. But still, it was just spreading so rapidly. And I went to this group dinner, and one of the people at the dinner who had just committed investing was Ivan Soderwright, the founder of MoonPay. You know, they just raised a round recently for like $3.5 billion, and he was buying his first CryptoPunk. And he told me that the night before, trying to identify and find the CryptoPunk owners online, communicate with them, was actually impossible. And in that moment, he looked at me and said, hey, you should just make your app just for CryptoPunk owners. And the second he said it, it was just all the verification or validation I needed. I couldn't even stay at the dinner. I like literally had to leave the dinner and call my CTO, call some of our investors that own CryptoPunks. I was like, can we do this? Will this work? And yeah, one of the things that's really cool about NFTs is really easy if you own NFTs to reach other people who own NFTs. So people want new products in this community. Most of the people that are in NFTs today are early adopters. And as a result, they're always kind of looking like, what's that next thing I can do with my CryptoPunk or my Bored Ape? Both so that they can get utility, but also so that they can sort of push the movement forward. And so we've really benefited from that.
So it is mostly about like creating trust in the transaction. Is there also like a social aspect to it? Like, is it like, I don't know, I'm a member of Sotheby's club for those who own like the finest art out there or something like that, and we're just, you know, hanging out and talking about our art collections, or like, what else do they talk about?
It's such a great question. We've realized, and I think this is because they're early adopters, a lot of them came from crypto where they made money in crypto. The number one thing that people in NFTs want, and they may tell you something else, but when you dig underneath the surface, the number one thing and the number one reason they're in NFTs today is to make money. And so they are looking for what we call in the NFT world as alpha. They're looking for what's that like little edge I can get, what's the project that I maybe haven't heard about that we think is gonna do really well because of X, Y, or Z things that make this project potentially special. And that's what they're looking for. You know, they wanna figure out how to get that edge.
And last question. Yeah. Not last question for the panel. Last question to you particularly. What is usually that edge? What is that alpha? Is it about like the exclusivity of the collection? Is it about who creates the collection? Is it about the utility of the NFT? And you know, maybe a little bit of commentary on the utility aspect as well.
Yeah, I think like utility's been a pretty garbage word for NFTs. Like, the NFT space utility has been largely guided to date by, I can't believe I'm saying this publicly, but what I would refer to as Ponzi-nomics, where it's like, you know, you get this NFT and you're really happy about it, as long as you get the next NFT for free, and then some other NFT, and then, oh, there's a coin, you're gonna get some of the coin. Like, there has to be that next thing, and most projects don't have the infrastructure, the vision, the storytelling capabilities to actually communicate this in a way that the community can understand. And the ones that do, they thrive. And so, what are we looking for? We're looking for certain market dynamics that make things really interesting. Like if I see a project where, like I'm a big holder of a project called Catalina Whale Mixer on Solana. And Catalina Whale Mixer is only a 5,000 collection out of 10,000. And the top 3 people that own Catalina Whale Mixer own over 1,000 of them and have never sold any of them. And so that's like a really good sign to me. At 20% are off the market, there's only 4,000 available, there's only, you know, X number for sale. So sometimes it's looking for more like actual statistic market dynamics, and other times it's, hey, we believe in this founder. This founder has a proven track record. And one of the things we've done at MetaLink is we've created a launch pad where you can actually get early access to collections that maybe you wouldn't be able to get into in a public mint. So just by holding NFTs and participating with us, we can actually give you the opportunity to get one of those allow list spots so that you do have that early access to a collection that you want to mint.
So, Jake, I want to dig into that a little bit because you talked about utility sort of being a little bit of a garbage word, and I can agree with that, right? We haven't really seen great utility, but you just talked
That's
about...
my utility right there, by the way. I get to put it on a screen.
But you just talked about a great access for utility, right? It's being able to access the MetaLink environment, being able to chat, right? Being able to get access to an allow list. What are some other, maybe we don't use the word utility, right? But maybe other abilities with an NFT, what are some things that you and the team are looking at, maybe that you're hearing with your customers and some of these artists that you're working with? What are some of these abilities that you guys are thinking about?
I think everyone's excited about in-game assets, but it's so crazy because when you think about the right to participate in a chat, like nobody's buying $300,000 JPEGs to participate in a chat or to get an allow list spot for a collection. Like the best utility is that the price goes up, and that is not always going to happen, right? That would defy market dynamics, and so I think that that's a challenge that the NFT space is going to face. I don't necessarily think that MetaLink is solving that issue, and I think that it's going to take some really creative game developers to actually solve that issue, and maybe a little bit of a correction on 90% of the market, whereas maybe things like CryptoPunks or Bored Apes continue to defy expectations, and maybe they will reach that $1 million mark for each one because there really only is 10,000 of them. And when you think about like a prestigious university like Harvard or Princeton or Oxford, like there's tens of thousands of people that go through these programs, about 10,000 every single year. Yeah. Whereas for CryptoPunks, there's only 10,000 ever, and probably 3,000 of them are probably lost at this point. So you're talking about a 7,000 exclusive collection at the very beginning of time. I think that the utility becomes the rarity and the speculation, and just to be able to say you're an owner, which is not sustainable for the long-term future of NFTs. But for those collections, it is, because it is a prized possession, and you are kind of just part of the club, and it does get you access to meet and connect with some really interesting people.
Thank you.
Well, speaking of, expensive education, if you think about, what it means to go to like a pretty exclusive business school, and the numbers are actually not to the advantage of that. Like, let's say you pay like $200K to go to, I don't know, like Wharton or Stanford, or I know we're in the Bay Area, so want to use like local schools here, but you really are paying for an NFT, which is your diploma, right? This is a soul-bound NFT example, and it's only yours, and it has your name on it, and they can call the school and they can verify that yes, she went there and she did spend this much money for this. And also you're gaining exclusive access to this snobby community of people who are going to talk to each other about like how cool it was when we were in B school. So there is absolutely like not even a Web 0.2 example. This is like a Web 0.0, like normal human life example of somebody spending crazy amounts of money for something like that. So,
and you're giving it away. You're actually not like retaining the value. Like, you're actually paying for. It's like, if you pay for an education, the money goes to the school, whereas if you pay for a house or a CryptoPunk, the money stays in that because you can sell it at some point. You can't sell your diploma.
Technically, you're supposed to gain skills from that as well.
Yeah.
So that should help you in your career.
And what you're saying is buy CryptoPunk, not go to school.
Yeah, I think that it's interesting. Like, I think, when you think about what Omi's been doing on like social, on the social network side, think about if Mark Zuckerberg had made all data public, like completely public, not based on his API. And let's say that it was at the very beginning of Facebook, and your cousin said to you, hey, let's go get a job at Facebook because we're graduating, and you go to meet with Mark Zuckerberg, and he says to you, hey, instead of coming to work for me, what if you just go use our data and build whatever your heart desires, gaming apps, dating apps, shopping apps, whatever you want. And it's up to you to garner market adoption and charge a fair price. And if you do, you reap all the rewards. And if you don't, well, you're an entrepreneur and you fail. But this idea that we had to be reliant on these platforms is really, it's an inefficient way of doing it. They could have made it where they have a currency, and by virtue of if those businesses succeed with that currency, Facebook could have succeeded versus just having to be reliant on them in a Web 2 term. So I'm really looking forward to that shift with Web 3 the publicization, I don't know what the term would be, of the data is just so important.
We'll coin
That's
it by the
definitely
end
not
of this
work, but
panel.
yeah.
Omi, help us coin that term.
Oh man, I mean, yeah, we can. I mean, for me, a lot of the stuff that a lot of the stuff that made us start ACE is exactly where you began. I too was a failing musician in the early days. I realized that I'm also a math vet, so I realized that the probability of me making it in the music or sports world, as opposed to becoming an excellent engineer, was day and night. So I decided to go the engineering route and leave music. Plus, I also have Nigerian folks, so there is absolutely no way that I would be able to tell them that I am going to become a rapper and still be alive. So I needed to pick my thing. But anyway, for ACE, that is also.
First off, what is ACE the baby of?
So ACE, the best way that you can think about ACE is the love child of Instagram and Coinbase. If all the assets on Coinbase were actual individuals, creators, musicians, and the like, that enabled the public to invest in actual people, as the same way that you invest in businesses, right? Or another way to think about that is if everyone on IG, right, you could actually invest in them directly and still be in the same sort of network and stuff. You see like, oh, this person is doing some cool stuff and like, they're gonna blow up, so let me, buy their tokens and stuff. So that's what we've built. Why did we build this? For the exact same reasons as Jake, Jake saw. But for me and my co-founders, as we grew up over the years, right? Like we know plenty of folks in sports, in music, comedians, dancers, but the problem is that like there are lots of problems, right? But they're not being taken care of well enough in this world, right? If you think about it, like the ownership of their craft, for most of them that make it, they don't actually even own their work, right? The institutions that they're a part of are the ones that own their work, and you hear this all the time with singers complaining that, hey, I don't own my masters, blah blah blah. I can't leave this because Sony owns everything. My manager owns everything, and I am the one that does this stuff. Think about it, even with sports team, with college teams, the players that everyone goes to go and watch, do they get a cent? Absolutely not, right? Who makes them? If you think about it, so there's an inherent problem in the space, right? That is part of what. That is what we are seeking to solve. I'll bring another point, right? Or another insight into the space, right? Virtually 100% of all revenue, right, in the sports and entertainment space originate from the fans, from the people, from you and I, right? We are the ones that pay for the shows, we pay for the streams, we pay for the subscription, we fill the seats, we watch the movies. We're the ones that actually originate all that revenue, right? Do you want to know where that revenue, and the reason why we're doing it is because we really like, we don't really like, the NBA, but we like LeBron, we like the players. We like Dave Chappelle, like we want to go see him. Like it's the actual creatives that is making us spend these funds. Do you know the last person to receive money from these funds? The actual creators. Everybody else takes their piece. Heck, the manager takes his cut before the actual person that we go see. So we think there's an inherent huge issue with that, right? And so, yeah. We already do that as well, but that's on the side as well. But anyway, so what we sought to solve, and it's not just one issue, but it's a lot of things that are tied together in this space. So how can we have a new creator economy that gives the artists and the creatives much more control over how the money moves around and much more ownership over their own work? And that's what we sought out to solve. If that is the case, then there is a problem of the struggling creator, right? If we, some interesting facts. When we talked to hundreds of folks, right? Folks that made it, folks that are in leagues and whatnot, folks that did it, that didn't. They all had, when it came to their popularity, they all had the same sort of tale that, okay, that they're growing in popularity gradually over time. At specific points in time, when they do something great, their popularity jumps, so the number of followers grow. However, if you look at their revenue, the amount of money that's coming to them, it still remains flat and very dismal for a long time, no matter how popular they get, until an inflection point happens when they get signed and whatnot. There's a problem with that. How can I have 1 million followers, right? Folks that if I say that I am gonna do a show, right? I can fill a room, right? But I walk out of that show with $5,000. You kidding me? Right? And everybody here paid $100 to come and see me. But I am only walking out with 5,000. There's a problem with that. So we're seeking to build different blockchain-based solutions to solve solve that. And part of that is building an ecosystem for all that to live in. And that's sort of what we do.
So, yeah, if you want. This is really cool. It's something that has been a problem for a while. Like, we've recognized this problem, and there are some Web 2 platforms that aim to solve for that very problem. And since this is a Web 3 panel, can we kind of delve into why on blockchain? Like, what is the point of the technology? Like, because Patreon exists. OnlyFans exists. You can give gold on Reddit to people whose opinions you like. I don't know what the gold is used for, but it's there. On Instagram, you can do your, you can do advertisements, and you can, if you're an artist, you can sign a deal with Estee Lauder and use their cream on Instagram, and you get paid something, right? So, what are the specific challenges that the blockchain allows you to, solve for that are not addressed in the Web 2 world?
That's an excellent question. There are two answers to this, but the bigger answer is very simple. Programmable contracts, smart contracts. You can actually engineer the way the mechanics behind how tokens work into, and don't have to manage it. And everyone who is using the same type of token must follow that contract. That's what the difference between the Web3 world in my space and Web2 and the current and what the current solutions don't have. That's the main thing that makes it so that building in Web3 is better. The second thing is that the world is moving to Web3 anyway. Web3 is no longer a thing that is, this is a cool thing that we can do. We are already in it. Like, things are being decentralized everywhere, right? What we're more so seeing is that real change, right, always faces hurdles and always faces pushback. But when you start seeing pushback on change, that's when you know that it's actual real change, right? Uber could not get to where it is today. They fought tooth and nail to get to where they are today, right? And there were tons of fights that were fought. Some lost, some won, but more so things are won. The same thing is going on with Web3 today, right? We have tons of current of incumbents that are fighting this change, right? But this change is happening, and just the sheer fact that people are fighting this change, it means that it means that it's just a matter of time, right? Because people actually, especially if the new way, which is the Web3 way, is better, the change will happen. And that's what we saw, and we saw, you know what, that we have to, but if we are going to solve this thing, apart from the fact that it's easier to do in Web3 than in Reddit than in Web 2, right? It makes it so that we are more future proof, because that's where the world is going to anyway.
Well, speaking of the future, actually, this is a panel about the future of the metaverse and NFTs, and it has been so awesome to have you guys here. I personally learned a lot, and I feel very inspired, and hopefully same applies to everyone else here. We have time for our last question, and I want to make sure that it's succinct and to the point. So think about it hard. What is the future of Web3 and the future of the metaverse, the future of NFT adoption, new use cases for NFTs? I know we talked about Ponzi schemes here. We talked about the publication of content ownership and data ownership. And we also talked about utility of an NFT maybe not being a thing. So give me your best take on where do you think this is all going, and what are some of the change that we need to see? Like, what are some of those inflection points? Because we also talked about timing. What do you think needs to happen for mainstream adoption to be here?
Let me take a quick 30 seconds while you all think about your answers to that. I am giving one t-shirt to each person on the stage right now, so that after this panel is over, if you bother them with great, insightful commentary, prizes from each of these 5 people. So as you're thinking about your responses, one for you, Shai, one for you, Jake. That might be 2. One for you, Omi. One for you, Nick. Ready, set. Nick, on you.
I was so excited about the free. This is the first free thing I ever got from Amazon.
I'm going to say it.
I was well taken care of. That's a joke. So my answer, the future of Web3 in my head is mundane and ubiquitous, right? Like, I think in a lot of cases, Web3 is a solution looking for a problem in a lot of cases right now, right? But there are problems out there with which, you can solve them with Web3. Like, I think most voting IDs become digital assets. I would assume most tickets become digital assets. I don't think that, like, the speculative JPEG asset class exists for too much longer. It seems like most of the GameStop people rotated into NFTs and created all the hoopla, but now after that, it seems like, in a lot of cases, the splashy use cases get faded into the background, and that what persists is the benefits of the tech in parts, as far as, verifiable, consensus-driven, decentralized digital ownership, right? In regards to artist works, songs and paintings, things like that. I think that as it becomes more ubiquitous, it becomes less noteworthy that it is even there, and in a perfect world, it all exists in the background to the benefit of end users without them ever having to really think about the fact that it is Web3.
Do you? That's all.
Did someone ask a question?
No.
Oh, okay. That does not exempt you from an answer, though.
Oh, no. I definitely have an answer. I definitely have an answer. So what the future for Web3 for me, I think the idea that full decentralization is not where the real future is. It's partial decentralization. But there are just some things that aren't better if with decentralization. But there are things that are fundamentally better with that. So I think that the future has to hold better identity and ownership in the digital world. That's where the person who, if we can nail that aspect, it opens the doors for making digital assets a lot more like physical assets. If I paint a painting, this chair, even though there are 4 of them on stage, but really this chair is this chair, right? But in the digital world, this code can be copied a million times and it's all exactly the same, right? So if you can change that, right, you can bridge that gap for this. So bringing things in the digital world much closer to how we relate to things in the physical world is where I see the future of Web3 being.
Cool. I used to think that blockchain was just a back-end revolution, and now I don't believe that anymore. I do believe that the metaverse will be something. When Steve Jobs developed the iPhone, we already knew how to work the camera, we knew how to work the phone, we knew how to work the internet. He made it beautiful and put it in our pocket. And we don't really know if that's 5 years away or 20 years away with the metaverse, but it is going to come. And when it comes, NFTs will have an incredible amount of utility because they won't be the overpriced JPEGs with no utility that they are today. They will instead shift into something that allows us to own our property, own our identity, and access the metaverse.
Awesome. Shai?
Sure, I'll answer. So I don't believe in a sort of a single inflection point or like a big event that's going to change anything. I think it's about a lot of sort of innovative steps along the way. And if we just look for patterns, in similar industries, nobody says, hey, I'm going to use my credit card today. They're super excited. They go jumping around everywhere. So when Web3 is here, it's when we stop talking about Web3, when we actually stop identifying it specifically as Web3. We call these things out and just part of normal daily life. I think that'll come in 10 years or so, right? There's a certain amount of time it will take to get there. And it'll be the same process and similar things that we did with the internet, with social media, and with digital payments in the form of credit cards. So we'll just go along those same patterns again, and the biggest thing will be, how do we accelerate that, and how do we innovate faster, and let's prove me wrong in that it's 3-4 years and not 10 years.
Absolutely, and speaking of parallels in other industries, and not caring whether it's Web 2 or Web 3, and not calling it a company with blockchain, at the end of it because it sounds cool, and maybe I'll get better investing, into the company. In financial services, actually, which is my domain, I specialize in financial and alternative data, and we've seen actually this concept of going outside of the distributor of the data and going straight to the user of the data, and really helping monetize data exhaust that may not be normally used by investors, for example, or may not otherwise really find productization. This has been happening for the last 10 or so years. There are whole businesses that have started and have been growing in this space. So I definitely see the parallel here, and maybe right now we're talking more about artists who are creating their own content and owning that, or gamers who are being compensated for the time that they spent. And maybe this is not super relatable to a lot of people in this room, but I think slowly but surely it's going to spread exactly when everyone finds their own utility here. So thank you guys so much for indulging me here, and thank you, Shai and Charles, for
quick announcement. Yeah, come mob these folks with questions, and we're a couple minutes behind time, so we'll do a quick mic swap for the next session. Let me put it up on the screen here. Take a quick 5, and then we'll be back for building DeFi and creator e-commerce.
Okay, the mic on me. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Security commensurate to value. Good carry that. What's that? Security commensurate to value. Good carry that. That's perfect.
I thought about that real hard.
How you doing,
Yeah, I got your. I'll reach out to you. Definitely don't consider us cybersecurity. But we're definitely very much interested.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to try to kick off our 4 o'clock. No, this is 3 o'clock. We're going to try to kick off our 3 o'clock session. So if you would not mind trying to find your seat, we're going to get started in about 2 minutes here.
Well, when he said that, they're like Indian. Indian Chinese. It's funny. I actually like just my own.
All right, I'll do this one more time. If you can hear me chatting to you, give me one hand, one finger up. If you can hear the sound of my voice, give me 2 fingers. World peace, peace, peace. We're gonna try to kick this thing off in the next 60 seconds. There's some very adamant people who are like looking for prizes. These t-shirts are hot commodities, ladies and gentlemen. So I appreciate the engagement with the panelists afterwards. Let me do this, actually, since people love prizes so much. I'm gonna pull Amazon gift cards out of my back pocket and give one to Taras. I'm gonna give one to Steven. I'm gonna give one to Justin. For folks during the session or after the session that engage these folks, it might be the case that they just pull a gift card out and say, that was very insightful. Here's an Amazon gift card just for you. Thank you for being a Web3 and crypto builder. So without any further ado, I'm gonna hand it over to Charles here. You wanna kick our session off, 3 o'clock, DeFi and creator economies. Ready, set, and let's go.
Hello, testing. Can you guys all hear me? Awesome. Well, thank you very much for staying and attending this event. The response has been tremendous, and really appreciate the fact that you guys stayed this long. And so the best is yet to come. So I'm going to get started. My name is Charles Okochu. I'm the worldwide GTM specialist and business development manager for our Amazon Managed Blockchain Service and QLDB. So I've been with AWS now for close to 3 years, going on 30. Feels like 30. And I've been in blockchain and crypto, and financial services for well over 15 years. So that's my background. So with me today, I have like 3 wonderful panelists. First of all, I'm going to introduce Justin Newton from Netkey, who's a leading software and security solutions provider, and also Stephen Howell, who's with Bulba Networks. They're like a layer 2 Ethereum scaling solution, and also on the far end is Taras Baczynski. Did I get that correctly?
This is cool. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. And he's with SoftServe. They're a digital consulting company. So I'm gonna, the agenda for today is we're gonna start with an intro, have each of the panelists introduce themselves, and then we will go into kind of their origin story, what how they started and why they started the company, what their mission is. And then we'll go through some prepared questions and answers, and then we'll open it up to the audience. And so you guys get a chance to win some gift cards. And then we'll close with any last words or next steps. So let's get started. So do you want to introduce yourself, Justin?
Sure, I'll jump in. Hi everybody, I'm Justin Newton. I'm the founder and CEO of Netkey. We're a company that does digital identity work in the Web3 and crypto space. In terms of some of my background, I'm slightly embarrassed to say I've been working in web since Web 0, when actually everything was peer-to-peer and decentralized before it became centralized in Web 1. And along the way, before working and coming over into the crypto space, helped take 4 traditional web companies public, starting at layer 0 with a data center company, was part of the team that took NetZero, the free internet company, public. And then after that, helped take both a content company and then later an enterprise software company public, as CIO or CTO of those. Came over into, I guess I can only say we came over into Bitcoin because it was 2014, and it was still about a year before Ethereum had come out. And so, when we came into this space, we did see this as the successor to the web, even though we were still in the Bitcoin space, because if you look at what the internet was, it was a network that was open and permissionless for anyone to use, and open and permissionless for anyone to build on top of, that was coming behind a network that was closed and permissioned. And Bitcoin was the first expression of that for Web3, with decentralization and Ethereum and others coming along behind it. So for us, again, coming in, about a year before even Ethereum came out, we said it's too early to say what are all the problems Web3 is going to have or solve. Instead, we're going to look at what are the problems it's going to have, which is how we got into identity.
Well said. Steven, over to you. You want to talk about what Boba Network does and what the L2 network is?
Sure. Hi everyone, my name is Steven Hall. I do strategy and ops at Boba Network. We're a much younger company. We've only been around for about a year. We've been mainnet live. So Boba Network is a multi-chain layer 2 with native Web 2, Web 3 interoperability to it. So for anyone that's not familiar, so layer 2s have really become a big thing in the blockchain space, particularly in the past 18 months or so. But essentially you have layer 1 blockchains, which is what we think of when we say like Ethereum, Bitcoin in some ways, but more like, you know, Moonbeam, Avalanche, these layer 1 networks. But for anyone who's transacted on Ethereum over the last 12 months, it can be very expensive and very slow. So our vision is to scale Web3 to the next billion users, as everyone in this room is hoping to do. But a lot of our team comes from the Web2 space, myself included. I did real estate tech, was at a couple different Web2 startups before this, and paying $10 for a swap that takes 10 minutes is just, you're never going to get Web2 native people to use layer 1s like Ethereum that are that slow and that expensive. So layer 2s primarily started as a scaling solution for Ethereum. There are multiple layer 2s on Ethereum, and we've actually started to branch out. So we're going to be launching on Moonbeam and Phantom and a couple others that I can't talk about yet. And we're basically trying to envision in the multi-chain future, how do you create a unified layer that is comprehensible to end users, that they can use, that they can understand. I don't have to do all this bridging. I don't have to move things from one wallet to another native wallet. How do I just create basically a compute layer on top of all of these L1s? That's what Boba is striving to be in the future. When we say multi-chain layer 2, is we're sitting on top of all of the layer 1s and allowing end users to interact with apps and protocols across any of them. So it's a little bit kind of about Boba and what we're doing. Yeah.
Awesome. So Taras, take it away. Talk to us about SoftServe, and you guys are a little different. You're digital consulting.
Yes, exactly. So we are 13,000 associates and operate across the globe. So it's a little bit different story on looking at the companies who are currently today speaking on this event. So we are from the service side, and most of our customers, this is like their players on the market who have their own solutions. And we are helping to build this from the technology side, but of course we need to also dive from to the business aspect of the solution, because it doesn't make sense just to concentrate on the technology. It's usually you're doing this for purpose, right? So my background, I'm actually for the many years was on the big data and analytics topic. For the recent years, I'm also has a number of the different initiatives that I'm driving. It's digital twins, it's Industry 4.0 and blockchain. I started my engagement with this practice like half a year ago. And by that moment, I believe that maybe all of the success stories that we have in the company, they already, it happened before I joined, before I started leading this practice. But at the same time, I'm the part of the Center of Excellence. We have a pretty good cooperation with the team, and I still very contributing to the practice when we were building this. And I think we started actually in 2017. I heard this year so many times today. I was impressed. I thought like maybe this is really very special that started this year. But it will say that a lot of things happened during this time, and. So at that moment we have pretty good foundation, because basically almost all of the technology domains, backend, front-end developers, infrastructure, security, plus AI, we have already, let's say, all of this expertise in place when we decided to establish this practice, right? And of course, we have individuals who had a certain sort of their success in the crypto mining space, and I think you know that Ukraine is, by the way, basically I'm from Ukraine. I moved to the US like this years ago, and I think you know
Lava.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so basically you know that Ukraine, the crypto mining, it's what's happened in the Ukraine, a lot of, I believe that more than 10% of the market or whatever, it's were happening in the Ukraine, right? So we have At that moment, when we started the practice, we have a team who has already experience with the blockchain. And one of our team members, he actually mined like the 50 Bitcoins when he was a student in the college. It was his curriculum activities, like the laboratory work. So when you think about selecting the right college, you can think about this case. Like, so of course it was the zero value of the Bitcoin at the moment when he was, let's say, the student, and in 2017 it was a fortune. So basically, this is our background. We are a technology company. We are, let's say, very deep in the technology domain, and at the same time, every year we're moving up into value chain, and also see that our contribution to the overall industry, like we're building other capabilities within the company to be successful in this market.
Well, you already started going into your origin story, which was going to be my next question. So you might want to answer the other part of the question I was going to ask you next. What is kind of the main mission of your company as related to DeFi, since that's what we're going to talk about here today?
You want me to answer first?
Yeah, just answer and I'll work back.
Okay, yeah, I think that just going back to what I just mentioned, for us, it's super important to find, let's say, if you have a very specific business case, for example, the metaverse, how to build this comprehensive user experience, leveraging XR, VR, AI, right? It's a lot of the challenges, and from both business and technology perspective. And you cannot solve just the business from the business side without all of the technology considerations, and vice versa, right? So the challenge usually is to have all of the things together. So I believe that our mission as a company is to really build this, help our customers to accelerate their time to market, and by providing the right expertise in place, and also find the way how everything can be connected starting from the day one.
Awesome. So next question for Boba Networks. What's your origin story? How did you guys get started, and what's your mission as far as DeFi is concerned? Obviously there are lots of other L2 companies out there. So how do you differentiate yourselves from those other companies?
Yeah, totally. So we actually have a very interesting beginning to the space. I joined shortly after the company moved into the crypto space, but previously our founder was working on homomorphic encryption. They were working on end-to-end encryption in Web 2, and basically had an opportunity through one of their investors to move into the Web 3 space. And basically they looked around and said that we're an infrastructure company. What infrastructure is needed to bridge the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. So I joined the team right after we moved into Web 3, and a lot of our team, we have our degens on the team, and we have the really Web 3 natives, but a lot of us are more Web 2 people that got really into blockchain. And so our question was, with our understanding of Web 2 and the experiences we've had, and looking at the state of Web 3 today, what kind of infrastructure is going to kind of allow us to bring that next billion users onto the blockchain and into Web 3? And the answer to that is that you have to build a little bit at both ends, right? So we have to start by looking at what is happening in the blockchain space today, and how can we push that forward? And obviously DeFi is a core fundamental part of the Web 3 space today, and I think that, like we've been talking about all day, banking the unbanked and making access to financial services is a core mission of blockchain and Web 3. But at the other end of the spectrum, we have Web 2 users, and Web 2 is really good at creating great user experiences that are sticky and that are for people to engage with or sign up for new platforms. And I myself experienced joining the world of crypto about 18 months ago, signing up for MetaMask, spending a ton on transactions, spending way too much on gas that I intended. So for us, we basically are trying to build, the reason we chose layer 2 infrastructure is to, again, make it much easier to onboard new users into the Web3 ecosystem. And we're going multi-chain, and we're focusing on, DeFi as a core component of that, because we basically want access to these financial services for any Web 2 users that may come through a custodial wallet, may only ever interact with an L2. There may be users someday that have never transacted on L1 directly. So kind of bringing that all together kind of brings us to this multi-chain vision that I talked a little bit about before, which is how are we creating this unified layer that users can interact with in a way that is much more simple than it is today.
Well said. Justin, as a security and fraud prevention company in the space, talk to us about your origin story and talk about like how your mission applies in the DeFi space.
For sure. So I mean, as I talked about before, really the reason that we got into the space and the reason we started the company was to help drive the mass market adoption of, at the time, Bitcoin, but crypto, Web3, all of those different pieces, seeing that identity was going to be one of those big barriers. The way that that's played out in different crypto and DeFi projects is actually by us helping protect the legitimacy of those communities and those creator communities. And maybe I'll give a couple of quick examples of that. We did a bunch of work, back in 2017, 2018 with Hedera Hashgraph, one of the layer 1 networks. They've been doing work with another provider before us when they launched their platform. And in that case, what they found out after the launch was they had so many fraudulent identities that were getting created on their platform that it was affecting the legitimacy of the usage of their platform. And so they had to shut down the front door in the middle of $1 million marketing campaign, stop taking new signups, find us, get us integrated, and then after that, reopen the door and take new signups again. Similarly, last year, after there were articles in The Guardian and the New York Times about how there were identity fraud problems on the Chivo wallet project by the government of El Salvador, they brought us in to help solve the issues and the problems there, where we were able to quickly and easily resolve issues around identity fraud there, protecting the legitimacy of the platform and ensuring that the users on it are the users that should be on it. Why does that matter to a DeFi project? It matters for 3 reasons, really. One, there's the compliance use case. I think we've seen enough in the press recently. We could set that one to the side. We all know what that is. But there's 2 other people that really care a lot about the legitimacy of the community that you have on your platform. The first is the people that are actually using their platform. They want to make sure that the people they're trading with are actually legitimate, real people, because it's those fraudulent accounts, the fake accounts, that are most likely to be trying to defraud your legitimate users and taking the value that they should have out of their hands and into the fraudulent users' hands. And then the last people that are going to care about it are your investors. They want to know and see that the activity on your platform is real and legitimate, and that the users are on your platform are real and legitimate. And so by being able to show and to prove that to them, you created a more valuable community than one where they don't know what the intention of those actors are.
Excellent. I mean, you're already going into my next question, so I'm going to ask, from your perspective, based on your experience, what kind of the incentives that power Web3 and DeFi, in this space? Also, how does regulation affect that in your industry?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're very focused on regulation, and honestly, incentives play in quite a bit as well, because really the 2 big drivers around the requirements around identity, one is regulation, as you hit on, and the other is around fraud prevention. And fraud prevention is maybe even the bigger and the harder piece to deal with in many cases. This is areas where there's going to be, frankly, just increased focus over time, both on the regulatory side, but also, again, as we try to create legitimate communities for people to operate in, and where people are going to trust the activities that they have on the platform. Identity is one of those key factors that enables trust. And when the network and the platform itself is designed to operate in a trustless way, that trust has to be built at other layers in order to allow the commerce and allow the creativity and allow those exchanges to happen.
Amazing. So the question for you, the same question, but as far as layer 2 networks are concerned, what incentives are you seeing out there that's helping to drive adoption for DeFi services on layer 2 networks in general, as well as any regulatory issues in the horizon that might prevent that for your networks?
Yeah, so I mean, I'd say in terms of DeFi incentives, right? So building out an infrastructure layer, and there are lots of different ways to incentivize users and adoption. And obviously with layer 2s, there are a lot of layer 2s that are popping up. There's already talk, I think on a slide earlier, about like layer 3s. And so in terms of incentives for us, it starts to be about, you know, in the future, L1s, L2s, L3s, it's gonna be about what do you bring to the table apart from just the scaling solutions, right? It's gonna be about what is making this an attractive place, one, for developers to build, people to be building new, interesting, exciting things, and two, how are you incentivizing users to engage with that platform? So for Boba specifically, in terms of engaging developers, we have a pretty unique feature that we call hybrid compute that allows developers to basically call straight from any Web 2 APIs straight into their smart contracts on Web3. So what that means is that you can have smart contracts that have dependencies based on calls of, you know, if you want to build a machine learning model on AWS and then pull that in as part of the smart contract, you can do that. So like one example is that we have a group that wants to do NFT collateralized loans, which traditionally is powered by what the last price sold of that NFT collection was. But these guys are building a machine learning model that actually looks at live auction data and prices of NFTs to decide how much to collateralize the NFT loan, which is a much more robust way of talking about something like NFT loans.
Back before the session, you mentioned something about the fact that your network allows you to access or connect to outside data sources without you know, using an oracle, which is what normal blockchain networks use. Could you talk a bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. So for anyone that's not familiar, so oracles are services like Chainlink is probably the biggest one that basically pulls in outside data. So this is really important for DeFi because if I need to know what the value of Bitcoin is, and I need to make sure that's synced up with everyone else's value of Bitcoin, having a really robust oracle that is a very trusted number is super, super critical. And we are not trying to build something that's replacing these like highly trusted oracles at all. The oracles are providing very important trusted numbers that if those numbers are off, that can be a huge risk in DeFi. What we're building and what we're kind of encouraging people to try out is for if you want to use other kinds of data from Web 2. So for example, if you wanted to pull from the Spotify API and you wanted to build an NFT that's tied to like Spotify listens, and you want to say, oh, I think that this song is going to be super popular in the next 6 months, so let's build an NFT that's based on pulling from the Spotify API. Or like, you know, your own AWS instances. Sources of data from Web 2 that it's less important to be fully trusted. You know, somebody could get into you know, your API feed from a particular Web 2 service. There's still risks associated there, but it opens up the possibilities of what you can do with smart contracts in a way that previously wasn't really possible, and you know, really incentivizes, we're hoping, more Web 2 developers to give it a try and like start learning about how they can use smart contracts and start using a lot of these same tools and services that they're used to Web 2.
Awesome. Taras, over to you. As a digital consultancy, I mean, you guys have a broad, you know, set of industries that you guys work in, especially in financial services and fintech. So from your perspective, what are kind of the incentives and trends you're seeing in the industry that's driving adoption of Web3 and DeFi services across those segments?
Yeah, I think that it's a new economy, like capitalization of the cryptocurrency, it's 1 trillion, so the things already, like many things already happen in their society and overall. I mean, like gig economy, I'm not sure you like this term, but it's many times like maybe there's a reference to the new way of living, there is like certain benefits that already exist and many companies that are trying to find a solution then, because still there are a lot of the challenges, how to enable this new economy and new ecosystem, right? So those who just don't play this game right now, they might will be left behind. For them, this is the only reason why they're investing into this field. But specifically, what benefits they can get, of course, for their, for example, for the businesses, it's operational Agility, I would say, the cases like, for example, like supply chain, traceability. It might be something that we see that successful implementation of this sort of scenarios. The same might be, we can talk about their trade finance, right? So these are just a small example how business can benefit, and there's already platforms that exist on the market. Talking about their, for example, like the financial services, it's definitely like the new liquidity pools, plus new opportunities to trade, like the 24/7 so I think that if we can touch any business, and of course there is a certain opportunities in there, right? And what we see that our customers currently, like we're talking about the Web3 projects, it's actually, I would say this is like the two buckets. One, it's those who are building Web3, and those who are building Web 2.5, right? For the enterprise customers, like in the Web3, it's usually like, it's an anonymized user that is operating in the public ecosystem. This would not work, for example, for the banks. They are still working in the sort of the regulated environment. That's why it's more about like the known user that operates in their private ecosystem, right? So from the technology perspective, in both of the cases, challenges are roughly the same. But looking to the business and incentives, I think it's slightly two different cases. I hope that might be somewhere in the future it will be more aligned and more streamlined, but currently we see that, might be the difference how different companies and businesses approaches, because they see slightly different opportunities on the market.
Fantastic. So Justin, I have a question for you. Like, you obviously having been in different startups, like for this particular company you're in, what does success look like? You know, from zero to your first release, and going forward, what does success look like, and what kind of challenges have you faced at building in this DeFi?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, fortunately in our case, we're past one at this point, so we're feeling a little bit better about that. But we do help a number of projects across the DeFi ecosystem get from that 0 to 1 place, right? I mean, if you think about what we do with identity, with KYC and AML, frankly, if we did it wrong, we're one of the best ways to make sure your 0 never gets to 1. Because if the user doesn't get through the KYC process easily and successfully, it's something where they don't get to all the other wonderful things that you want to do and you want to provide for them. And so this is actually an area where we spend quite a bit of time working with projects, one, to understand what their needs and requirements are, but also with the tools that we build and that we've designed. And this is probably equally important for the other pieces of the DeFi projects that you guys are working on. You know, half of our code or more is focused on the places where the user has fallen off the golden path, right? Where, like, instead of, in our example, let's say, you take a photo of the front of the ID, the back of the ID, you take a selfie, there's so many ways the users can screw that up. They take 2 fronts, they take 2 backs, they take a picture of their shoe, right? They, like, whatever it is they're gonna do, they find every way to make that problem. Well, in many cases in other systems, what you'll see is you'll get back to the user hours, days, or weeks later once a person has looked at it physically and then sent an email to the user to tell them what's wrong. In our case, again, and this is something that I think ties into the other pieces of your project that you're building, after every little thing the user does, we look to see if they did it right. And if they didn't do it right, we tell them what they did wrong and we ask them to do it again, right? And coach them through that process and make it easy for them. And so, we should, if we want to get, for success for us, is getting 1 billion people into crypto and Web3 that wouldn't have been in it otherwise. And the way that you do that and the way that you're successful in it is thinking about the user who's going to be nothing like you. That this isn't intuitive for them. This isn't something they get up in the morning and think about. They don't actually care at all about getting through this process successfully, or maybe they care this much. And so you need to do all of the work and all of the effort to make it easy and simple for them. And in the case that it wasn't intuitive for them and they made a mistake, you need to help them right away, right? You need to catch that problem and you need to correct it when it's
a small problem where they need to fix one little thing, and not a big problem where they need to go back 15 steps, right? And so, this is an approach that we took with our Web1 startups. Like one of the best things I did when I was at NetZero working on the DSL project we had for them was figured out, that when we shipped a DSL modem to somebody, the yellow port on the back of the box, you plugged a yellow wire into.
I don't know.
And the blue port, you plugged a blue wire into, right?
Yeah.
Like, we need to be building those kinds of things into what we're doing in DeFi or crypto and Web3, or we're only going to get the users that we already have.
Justin, I'm sure there are people in the crowd that don't know what you're talking about as far as net zero and net DSL is concerned. So
probably, yeah.
So I guess I'll ask you a similar question, but I think more importantly for you as a layer 2 service provider, network provider, what feature or innovation are you most proud of, that you guys have brought to the industry over the last 18 months?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that there's two in particular, and I'll start there, and then I want to touch on what success looks like for us a little bit. One is this hybrid compute feature that I think I've mentioned. We're really wanting to open up Web3 and make it not like this little box where it's like everyone who's in the ecosystem knows how it works and can do whatever they want. Everyone else is confused on the outside looking in, and enabling people to start to play around, enabling developers to use more Web2 tooling that they might be used to. Really opens that up, and that's an innovation that we're really proud of. And then the second thing for us is that we had started as an Ethereum layer 2 scaling service, and like Ethereum is the largest layer 1, it has the most TVL, it's where DeFi is the biggest. But for us, we just realized that there are all of these communities, even in Web3, that we weren't serving. And so moving in towards that multi-chain approach and starting to talk with conversations, these cross-chain messaging protocols, and understanding like how do we start building interoperability for the layer 2s and the layer 1s. That's an innovation that I will be proud of in the next 18 months. And the last thing that I just want to say is in terms of success for us, I think that it's perfect at something like AWS, where it's like we're not building infrastructure for the sake of building infrastructure. It's about what are we enabling other people to build. And what success looks like for us is enabling new developers, new users, new people to build and be a part of really cool experiences that wouldn't have otherwise been possible without Boba.
Thanks for the AWS plug. So Taras, from again, similar question, what does success look like, from 0 to 1, and what does it look like going forward? And then maybe if you can also touch on, any public referenceable use cases that you guys have worked on in the industry that might be helpful.
To the point that we just discussed, we also feel that one of the challenges that there's many different technologies, even like if you're talking about layer 0, layer 1, and entire ecosystem, decentralized applications. So for most of who are new to this, like our customers who are building software solutions or maybe just solutions, it's super challenging for them to get started, right? So our innovation that we are building sort of the secure environment when we can accelerate deployment of these technologies, how they link together, what will be the best way, how you can play with these APIs, right? Test the integration of the different scenarios, might be really just test different scenarios before you can come up with the idea and solution what exactly would work. So this is something that can really speed up the overall innovation in the industry, and we are very passionate about this. We are investing sometimes it's very close to what we're solving for our customers, but at the same time we also have internal initiatives to be more prepared to the next challenge we have from the customer, right? To speed up this building of this ecosystem. And also there's a bunch of the topics that, by the way, I was expecting that we will touch on this event, also the topics like the tokenomics, right? It's probably just a buzzword from one point of view, but the reality is that moving forward it becomes very important to, let's say, have established framework, right? Because currently this is pretty, I would say, distributed knowledge and idea how to build these things properly. When you tokenize like digital assets, create digital assets, right? So we also see that this is another way how we can help our customers, and we're already building this frameworks to accelerate. Let's say it's every time it's a use case driven, right? For depending on what are their business objectives, you can then let's say break this down to the very specific sort of the tokenizations, approaches, technologies. What will be their the requirements to the protocol and the chain that you are going to pick up to implement this sort of the things. So this is exactly might be the areas when we operate right now. Something in progress, something that we already built and be proud about that. For publicity, this is a little bit challenging for us. So many companies, they are sometimes resistant to share the names and show that there is some other companies involved and helping. It's very, I believe that for the big data check, I have a lot of the stories when you are like this customer, they talk openly that what they deliver to the market. There's a bunch of the like the webinars, and you cannot say this is exactly like our team was building. So, I think that we can discuss this, and if someone would like to learn a little bit more, I can share the very specific cases to explain what we're doing for the customers.
Awesome. So I think in the interest of time, I have like 5,000 more questions I want to ask, but I know a lot of you guys are waiting to win these gift cards. So we're going to throw the questions out to the members of the public if you have any questions. Yeah. You get the mic.
This is still old school for right now. I'm going to put it up here. Let me see if somebody swiped it. Yeah, I can just ask the question.
Go for it.
This is for Brandon. Oh, you got it? All right. Where was it? The gentleman with the hand up.
Here you go, sir.
Yeah, this question is for Justin, and so Netkey is basically trying to speed up the process of verification of people, bodies, humans. There's limited amount of us, and I think the topic of bots and have been a pretty prevalent topic, I think, these past few months. And which is, I think, like protocols like the IDNA network is such a good example. I don't know if anyone's heard about IDNA. Huh? IDNA, yeah. I think about that, what happens if people don't have an identity, immigrants, people falling through the cracks, disadvantaged communities. DeFi was meant to like kind of save people from that situation in a way, because now you don't have like the systems that have failed them. They can work outside that. How does Netkey, do you think, can facilitate that in addition with like verification of bodies and humans, you know?
Sure. So we do have clients that we work with that work in applications where they work with non-documented individuals. And depending on the risk of the activity that they're working on or dealing with, they may be able to come up with other controls using things like biometrics and reputation as ways to create uniqueness. But then there's also typically going to be pretty severe limitations on the types of activity that can happen on accounts that have gone through that level of verification. So there may be total dollar limits in the amount that can be in the account, transaction volume limits. They may be limited to doing domestic activity versus international activity and things like that. So there are opportunities for there to be other ways to use non-documentary identity for some types of applications and use cases, and in many cases, those use cases can be a step up from what those undocumented or non-documented people have available to them today. But I definitely would agree with you that there still are challenges where the level of documentation people have available and the regulatory requirements in certain jurisdictions aren't a match. And unfortunately, in the absence of a legal change, a technology isn't going to change that.
Great question, by the way. What's your name again? Rayon, you win the first one. There you go.
Let's give it up for Rayon.
Rayon. And for the nice hat as well. Right? All right, any other questions? C2. Todd here.
So mine's for Steven. So you work on a layer 2. I'm curious what your thoughts are. Are you nervous about some of the claims about particularly like the Ethereum ecosystem? They say, oh, you know, after the merge, everything's going to be super cheap and super fast. Do you worry about that for like working on a layer 2 technology? Because I used to work on layer 2 myself, and I think about this stuff. It's like, is it going to make it irrelevant? Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Sure, yeah, it's a good question. I think that there are a couple points. One is that any cost savings that is given to Ethereum main chain is just going to be passed on. We're an optimistic roll-up, so if Ethereum gets 90% cheaper, we also get 90% cheaper. So if you're still looking, Ethereum becomes much more accessible then, which is great, but layer 2s are still going to have benefits to them. But that's also why I think the narrative around layer 2s has changed a lot in the last 6 months for anyone who's familiar with the space. It's gone from, one, we're just making Ethereum faster and cheaper, to what else does the layer 2 offer? How do you differentiate? What other features do you offer? What's special about your community? You know, moving forward, like how are you thinking about technology and ZK rollups and other new technologies? So that for us is why, you know, the multi-chain perspective as well as the hybrid compute feature that I mentioned, those are things that are so core to us because it can't just be about faster and cheaper because that's a race to the bottom. And there are lots of ways to tackle that problem that aren't layer 2s. There are great alt layer 1s, there are like side chains. There are lots of ways to approach the problem of pure scalability, and the merge is Ethereum's own solution to that problem. So no, we really are looking forward to the merge. I think it'll be good for, if our mission is accessibility and openness, that'll be good for everybody, including ourselves. But it does challenge us and other layer 2s to think beyond, okay, you're not just faster and cheaper now, you have to be something else. So like, what is your identity? What are you offering developers? What are you offering community members? Yeah, I think I've covered how we're approaching that previously.
That's a great question. I mean, to add to that, I think something to keep in mind is the merge. I've been working on the merge now for close to 3 years, and the only thing that's going to be accomplished during this launch this happened this summer, is it's only going to support the move from proof of work to proof of stake. The scalability features, sharding, and all the other features that they're looking are still in the pipeline, and who knows how long. That's going to take probably another 2-3 years before they get their act together. So, you know, I think layer 2 chains are still going to have a little bit of breathing room, and they're going to be here to stay. And by then, once you've gotten network effects, you know, it's going to be very hard to kind of dislodge. So, but that's a great question. Does Todd deserve a card, or are you going to hold on?
I think so.
All right, next question.
Mine is also for Steven. So you initially mentioned about user experience, right? I see a lot of L2s or change which are meant for faster transaction cell breaking, like Polygon, Solana. Like how do you see L2 solving the user experience problem when it comes to like number of confirmations to where I can assume now it's a correct transaction, I can accept it. That problem will still remain, right? That wait period will still be there, or will it not go? Because ultimately you're saying you'll piggyback on the L1s, and then now it's multiple chains which you're piggybacking on. So how will you solve the user experience problem? I still didn't quite get that.
Yeah, so in terms of the user experience, basically our vision is in going multi-chain and supporting many different chains. We're giving users a hub to access all of these different things that they want to do. So in the short term, what that means is that if you want to transact on these different L1s, like a Moonbeam and an Ethereum, you can do all of that through the Boba L2. There are two different instantiations of the Boba L2, but for now you can basically choose the larger Boba ecosystem, and we have partners that we're working with that are deploying to all of our chains. So if you, let's say you're an Ethereum user and you're using the Boba L2 and you like those applications, you like that experience, you can go do that on a different chain and get a very similar experience that you would on Ethereum. Longer term, what this looks like is we're looking into cross-chain messaging technology and other things that would basically allow you as a user to have a single wallet on a single chain, but still interact with apps on other chains without having to go through a bridging process and without having to maintain multiple wallets. So, if you're an Ethereum user and you want to interact with an exchange on Phantom, you can just do that natively with a wallet that appears to you as the end user all of your funds are always on Ethereum, but that transactions are routed through a separate chain. So that's the long-term vision of Boba, is basically as a multi-chain future where you as the end user, you know, I like to use web hosting as an example. When I log onto a website, I don't know who's hosting on the back end. Hopefully it's AWS. But I don't know who's hosting on the back end, and I don't care, right? I just want the website to work. And so we're working